14th to order, and I will have Alicia Lewis lead us in the pledge.
Please stand. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Linda, roll call.
Okay, Councilmember Hornick.
Here.
Councilmember Lewis.
Here.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sanchez.
Here.
And Mayor King.
Here. Any reordering of the agenda?
No reordering of the agenda this evening.
Okay. Move on to public comments. And we'll start out with John Dorwin.
I want to talk about the general plan and Endangered Species Act compliance. While the city's general plan discusses endangered species, and particularly the Southern California steelhead in the open space and conservation element at pages 15 and 16, there is no identification in the general plan that the Zaca Creek is endangered species habitat, and nor any discussion as to the National Marine Fisheries 2000 biological opinion as to the requirements for ESA compliance for projects along Zaca Creek in Buellton. So the city has been doing environmental review without compliance with federal law, and none of the CEQA statutes or statutes of limitation regarding challenging those environmental determinations apply because the Endangered Species Act preempts California law. The city has a to-do list because of this problem within the general plan. It needs to revisit any project on Zaca Creek which is identified as habitat for the Southern California steelhead. And the city needs to revise its environmental checklist to include Endangered Species Act listed species such as the Southern California steelhead. The situation right now is, as of January of this year, the city has noticed that obstructions exist within Zaca Creek and that have existed, causing flooding, and that these are also Endangered Species Act violations. So the city has to take action to address the flood control and creek clearance issues and identify exactly who's responsible for compliance along Zaca Creek. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
And I will bring up next Nancy Dorwin.
Are we doing the timer?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Nancy Dorwin, 10465. Tonight we headed to each council member and all the staff members, the Rancho de Marie owner members, opposition, objection to addiction that impact our private property of the owners association. And we just wanted to give this to you because it represents a majority of our members who have an opposition and objection to recording conditions of approval against our private property, which is our fence line and our property line along our western boundary of our subdivision, which is allowing construction access over our private easement. It's an overburdening of that easement, and which promotes public access through our private park. We have gotten these issues before our membership, and they have signed letters or notice to the city to object and oppose those conditions being recorded on the final map for the View 17 project. So we would want the city to work with us. The members have not consented to these conditions. They never consented to them. Nonetheless, they were put in as conditions of approval for that project. Before a final map is recorded, we don't want any encroachments, any takings, any compromises to our private property as part of that recordation of that final map. So we hope to work with the planning director and the public works director to review the situation, get this whole property line issue taken care of, and resolve it. But we cannot have the city record the final map with these private property issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy.
Okay, seeing no other public comments, I'm going to move on to the consent calendar. This will be minutes of November 9, 2023, regular city council meeting. List of claims will be approved and ratified for payment to date for fiscal year 23-24. Year 24 proposed calendar for city council meetings, monthly treasurer's report, October 31st, 2023. Consideration of MOU for CDBG implementation with San Ynez Valley Community Outreach, Resolution 2322, a resolution of the City Council for the City of Buellton, California, authorizing submittal of individual grant applications for all grant programs for which the City of Buellton is eligible, filing of an amended claim with the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, SBCAG, for revised allocation of Transportation and Development Act funds, TDA, and for the State Transit Assistant, STA funds 22-23, apportionments for fiscal year 22-23, and resolution number 2324, a resolution of the City Council, City of Buellton, California, in support of Allen Hancock College offering a bachelor's degree. Bring it back to council for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second?
I'll second it.
Linda?
I'm sorry, to approve the entire consent calendar.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And I will second that.
Linda?
Okay, Vice Mayor Sanchez,
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Hornick,
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis.
Aye.
And Mayor King.
Aye. All right, we will move on to public hearings. This is resolution number 2323, a resolution of the City Council, City of Buellton, California, denying the appeal of and upholding the Planning Commission approval of conditional use permit 21 CUP 02 and sign ordinance exemption 22 EXP 01 for a new drive-through restaurant, parentheses, in and out, use on the property located at 515 McMurray Road, APN 137-170-046, or resolution number 2323, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Buellton, California, approving the appeal and overturning the Planning Commission's approval of condition use permit 21 CUP 02 and sign ordinance exemption 22 EXP 01 for a drive-through restaurant in and out use on the property located at 515 McMurray Road, APN 137-170-046. And the lead on this is going to be Andrea Kiefer.
All right. Good evening, Mayor King and members of City Council.
Yeah, I was gonna say, hey,
Sure. Before we get started, Councilmember Silva, by virtue of owning property within 500 feet of the subject site, namely homeowners association property, which he has a share of due to owning a home within the association, will be recusing himself. And we will call him back once this item is finished. Thank you very much, Councilmember.
Right? Miss you.
have fun.
Okay, Ms. Kiefer.
All right, let's try this again. Good evening, Mayor King and members of City Council. On October 19th, 2023, the Planning Commission adopted resolution number 22-13 on a 3-2 vote approving the In and Out project at 515 McMurray Road. The next day, on October 20th, 2023, an appeal of the project approvals was filed, which is based primarily on traffic and safety concerns and concerns regarding general plan consistency. Oh, and I do have slides. I don't know if
Hold on,
Yeah.
that's not yours. Sorry. This is it. Is that it? Yes, okay, 1 second here. Sorry. Okay. Let me share that to the screen so that get this. Screen. Share. Still not there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, 66.
Yeah, 66.
Here. Okay, we'll try this one more time. With any luck, that will work.
I'm on slide 3, just so.
Okay.
Stand by difficulties.
We still don't have it. Okay, let's try this one more time. Rose, can you give me a hand here with this? I'm missing something.
It's on the screen now.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, okay, well,
It's
let's,
working on Zoom, so
okay, hold on, let's,
whatever you did.
okay, well, hold on.
There.
Well, that's not what we want to see. Hold on, let's not share. Okay, let's try this again.
Damn technology.
Yes, I know. I know, it's,
I'm gonna just enlarge it.
okay, so it should be able to go from,
Could you bump our mics up a little bit for the audience?
Hello.
Check. Can you hear me now?
okay, let's see. How about if we go here? Okay, but when I expand it,
Dang it.
If it's expanding on here.
right,
Does it
okay,
does this to me
hold on,
sometimes.
just 1 second here. We'll get it. I know what the problem is, I think.
That happened at my last budget presentation. It took like a good 6-7
We
minutes. I
don't
was like,
want.
okay, I know. By the time you're all frazzled.
Yeah.
So you can see.
I don't want notes. Okay, now let's try. Let's see what we can do this. Share screen.
Okay.
Okay, but is it gonna stay there when I do this?
Right.
Okay, all right, well, we'll have to.
Yeah, just exit and then you just close that screen.
Yeah, okay, let me do that. Let me do this side.
There we go. That should be fine.
Okay, sure. Okay, there we go. Let's try that.
Yeah, so on slide 3, Scott, just so yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah. Okay, so I'll continue. So just before getting into more details of the project and discussion on appeal issues, I'm just going to briefly go over generally what the council's role and responsibility is in considering the appeal tonight. So tonight, the city council should review all of the information provided as part of this hearing, including the packet materials, as well as any visual and verbal presentations given and any public comments provided this evening. The city council can consider specific grounds that were listed in the appeal, and they can also consider any other aspect of the project. So once the city council has received all of the information, ultimately there are 3 options to consider when deciding which direction to go with the appeal. So number 1 would be that the city council can uphold the planning commission approval, meaning confirming approval of the project. The second would be that the city council can modify the planning commission approval, meaning confirming approval of the project with some added, deleted, or modified conditions. And the third being that the city council can reverse the planning commission approval, meaning overturning the planning commission approval and denying the project. So next slide.
Too far?
Go back, yeah, sorry. Perfect, that's this one right here. So in considering all options available, the city council needs to first determine the ability or lack of ability to make the required findings in the resolution. And there's the two resolutions, so ultimately the council will have to make the findings in whichever one they adopt. So again, there's one resolution to uphold the planning commission decision and approve the project, and the other resolution is to reverse the planning commission decision and deny the project. Again, city council has the ability to modify the planning commission approvals if they so choose, either through project requirements and or modifications to project conditions of approval. So later in the presentation, I'll go over the required findings for each of the resolutions in more detail. But the draft finding language is also included in each of the resolutions in your packet. So there are two separate lists of findings, one list for each of the two resolutions. The city council does have the ability to modify the justification in the findings as they may find appropriate. The language included in the packet is draft language, and ultimately the city council will need to be comfortable with the final finding language, regardless of which version of the resolution is ultimately adopted this evening. So let's see. So just going into a little bit of the project overview. Next slide. So the project vicinity is located along McMurray Road on the former Parks Plaza Theater site at 515 McMurray Road. McDonald's is located immediately to the south. Marriott and Shumash Employment Resource Center are located immediately to the north. Vineyard Village Townhomes immediately to the east, and 101 Freeway immediately to the west. Access to the project site is either through McMurray Road Highway 246 intersection, or the Rufus T. Buell interchange to the north. You can see it up there on the screen. So let's see, just some brief details on project description here. So I would just note that the project would include a complete site redesign with new buildings and improvements to accommodate the In-N-Out Burger restaurant and drive-through. And it would include a drive-through queue of 25 vehicles, and business operating hours would be from 10:30 a.m. to either 1 or 1:30 a.m., depending on if it's a week or weekend night. A sign ordinance exemption was also included in the project approvals for a 45-foot pole sign. Let's see here. So secondary vehicular access via existing private access easement is conditioned to be removed currently, and that's how it was approved with the Planning Commission. The plans that are currently that were approved by the Planning Commission currently show access for emergency vehicle access only if required by the fire department. And just to note that the architectural style of this project is Mission Revival, consistent with some of the surrounding uses near the project site. So next slide. So here's the approved site plan that was approved by the Planning Commission. The City Council also has a full-size set of the entire plan set, and it's also included electronically in your meeting packet. As you can see here, it's on the right-hand side of the screen, there's McMurray Road, which is the primary site access point, which is where the primary site access is located. Access to this site is shared with McDonald's. And you can see towards the bottom of the screen there's two openings that would accommodate McDonald's through that McMurray Road and into their site. There are two driving lanes proposed or as approved by the Planning Commission into the project site, and one lane exiting the project site. Secondary, there was previously in previous versions of the project, there was a secondary access point as part of the Planning Commission approvals. This access point is proposed to be closed off except for emergency access if required. The proposed approximately 4,000 square foot restaurant building, outdoor seating area, and on-site parking would accommodate the In-N-Out Burger restaurant. And it's a double stacking drive-through queue included in the project site here. And of course, the project site includes parking around the perimeter of the building and along, front right near the drive-through queue. So just to go through a bit of project history, just to summarize it here. I'm not, mine's not. Okay, so the project was initially submitted to the city on January 27th, 2022. And then on November 17th, 2022, the first planning commission public hearing was held. At that meeting, staff did bring a resolution for denial of the project to the planning commission based upon anticipated traffic impacts and what based upon the judgment of staff and consultants, staff believed to be inadequate and or infeasible mitigation that was proposed to mitigate those traffic impacts. However, at that meeting, the planning commission requested that staff bring back a resolution for approval with a list of conditions of approval and findings that would support a resolution, such a resolution for approval. So although staff did have concerns with the ability to draft such a resolution, one was drafted and brought back in front of the planning commission for consideration on January 5th, 2023. However, at that meeting, the hearing was continued due to incomplete AB 52 or tribal consultation. And then tribal consultation was concluded on September 15th, 2023, and the Planning Commission public hearing was held, and Planning Commission approved the project on a 3-2 vote. So getting into the appeal issues here. Let's see. So the appeal issues listed in the appeal letter do include claim of general plan inconsistency of the project, specifically noting policies L11, C5, and C8 of the general plan. Concerns with the fact that level of service D is anticipated at Highway 246 and McMurray Road intersection. Inadequate storage length on Highway 101 northbound off-ramp during peak hours. And queue at North McMurray Road through right turn lane at peak hours with no feasible improvements identified. And they also did note in their appeal letter that Caltrans did note some concerns with traffic impacts to the highway system. The project applicant has provided a response letter to the appeal letter, which was also included in your packet. And the project applicant is present this evening and does plan to give their own presentation to respond. So just briefly, I've included the general plan policies referenced in the appeal letter on this slide. I don't plan on going into detail regarding these policies that are listed, but I will note that the policies listed, the inconsistencies with these same policies is what did part of what led staff at that back in November of last year to recommend denial of the project in the first place. All right, next slide. So just specifically speaking to policy C5, the appeal letter references the conclusion in the traffic study anticipating level of service D at McMurray Road and 246 intersection with no adequate improvements found to bring the intersection to level of service here better. So this is the general plan policy that reflects I'm sorry, this is their one of their claims that is specifically referencing C5.
Andrea,
Yes.
for the edification of the audience, could you briefly explain those D and C?
I think that our traffic consultant that's in attendance this evening would be able to do that. And he'll be coming up here shortly. So. Okay, another issue that was brought up on appeal was some operational issues with the roadway system, specifically queuing. So I included inadequate storage length on Highway 101 northbound off-ramp during peak hours. So that's one of the issues that were brought up in the appeal letter. Their claim is that it leads to congestion spilling onto Highway 101. The second is that the queue at North McMurray Road through right turn lane and South McMurray Road through right turn lane at peak hours. There's issues with the queue there, and the claim is that there's no feasible improvements identified, leading to safety hazards and convenience concerns. So next slide. Okay, So as part of the appeal letter, the appellant did include references to the original or the first Caltrans letter that the city received related to this project, dated September 13th, 2023. And they're referencing some information included in that letter that talks about Caltrans having significant reservations about the impact of this project on key intersections, including Highway 101 and 246. And again, claim of inadequate mitigation measures included in the approvals, which they're claiming would pose significant risk to our transportation system. The city's contract traffic consultant will speak more on some of these details from the consultant's perspective. But I just, these were specific to what the appellant was claiming. These issues are what the appellant was claiming in their appeal letter. But just to touch on the traffic study that was done for this project, it was done by In and Out's consultant Gandini Group. And the revised traffic study dated September 30th, 2022 is the latest traffic study. There were impacts identified to LOS queuing and on-site circulation, but there were improvements recommended as part of that traffic study. And a peer review was done by our traffic consultant, the city's traffic consultant, Associated Transportation Engineers. So there were conditions, so suggested improvements and other mitigation were included as conditions of approval that came from the applicant's traffic consultant. So we did, those ultimately were included as conditions of approval in the Planning Commission approval. Additional recommendations were provided by Caltrans in a letter that will be discussed a little bit more in detail later on in the presentation. Again, a peer review was conducted by ATE, which our traffic consultant will discuss further this evening. So actually, that's what's up next here. But what I'll do before I introduce our traffic consultant is just sort of go through some of the key conclusions that came from their November 9th, 2022 peer review. So, ATE has Associated Transportation Engineers, or better known as ATE, has worked with the city since prior to incorporation as the primary traffic consultant for the city. And so as such, ATE was asked to conduct the peer review of the traffic study for the In and Out project. Due to their extensive knowledge of the history of the city from a transportation and roadway operations perspective. So this evening, Dick Poole of ATE is in attendance. And I'll just summarize quickly the key findings, and then he can come in and talk more specifically about the findings in more detail. So some of the findings from the peer review include substantial impacts from on-site circulation operations at the project driveway and drive-through lanes, impacts to level of service at McMurray Road and 246, impacts to queuing operations at northbound 101 off-ramp, and the finding that the mitigation measures from the traffic study and included as conditions of approval or are not adequate and or feasible, and that just generally the site is not adequate to accommodate the proposed use. And then finally, project added traffic to Highway 246 and Highway 101 northbound ramp at McMurray Road increased the congestion to a level of service D, which does not conform to the Buellton general plan. So at this time, I will ask Dick to come up, and he has a couple of diagrams to go over here.
Can you enlarge that a little bit so it's a little more clear for people to see?
Sure, let's see what I can do here.
My eyesight's not that
Oops.
good. The role of ourselves, first off, probably better bring to the record. My name is Richard Poole. I'm the president of Associated Transportation Engineers. And we're bringing us kind of work about long that I like to talk about. But I was doing projects in the local area before you incorporated. I have been through a lot of it. I've worked with the city on their circulation, was their first circulation element, and we have to apply specific plans. And
Hey, Dick, can you get a little closer to the microphone or bring it up towards, because the audience can't hear you. Thanks. That's right.
They tell me I have hearing aids, so I talk softly because I can really hear myself.
Yeah, right.
So anyway, we've worked with Buellton for over 30 years, and so we've seen this evolve. The first thing that came to our minds when we looked at the final thing was the numbers of trips and such going in and out of the site. And all of this information is contained in the September report prepared by the engineering group. They did a very good job. It's just they didn't quite tie everything together. They have an exhibit that shows.
Doesn't show up on the screen real well.
Okay. It doesn't work on.
What would you like me to point out here?
Well,
Or
if you look at the kind of enlarger where we have all of the different movements going on.
Oh, right here,
on the
okay,
side.
sure.
We've shown the outbound in red and the inbound in blue. But when you start looking at the numbers, you've got 250 cars wanting to get in the driveway in the peak hour. This is Saturday midday. It is obviously the worst day of that. You have 197 trying to get out.
Is that per hour?
Per hour in the peak hour. This Saturday midday peak hour. So that starts looking like and when the first version, what we never looked at this version because it came out of the planning commission settlement, and we have not looked at it before. We only had one inbound lane and two outbound lanes. Same volume, essentially same volume.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, please?
The first one that we based our peer review comments on had one inbound lane and two outbound lanes at the driveway. And then after the planning commission hearing, it changed to, they changed the site to have the two inbound lanes and one outbound lane.
That's back in November.
That would be in the November.
That would have been October, yeah, of this year. The
Of
one,
2023.
correct,
The change was one of your final approval.
correct, right, so, yeah, October.
Okay, thank you.
So when you look at this and we have to go down into the operational level of it. We're beyond level of service, and the level of service is how much congestion will occur at the things. And I think they asked a question about level of service C and level of service D. And I think the top of the level of service C is about 20-second delay. And then when you get into level of service D, you're going to 25 seconds. It's a delay. So that's part of the original, the prior ICU CEQA criteria. And then the next level, and that's kind of a planning level type of the use when you're doing a general plan, when you're doing this, you can say, well, if we have about this many things, we think it'll work this way. When you go in and start looking at that concept and you look at the numbers of conflicts in this area, you've got this car coming in from this lane trying to get in one of these two lanes. You have the cars coming in from the left trying to get into one of these two lanes into the drive-up or go through. You have the coming in from the right turn, again, trying to get into one of these two lanes, the drive-through, to continue through. Then you have the next movement of this parking lot, which is minor, but you've got the access and out. 42 cars want to go into McDonald's here, and actually it's 84. They split it up 42 here and 42 here. So, that it gets to be pretty complicated with the numbers of movements. Then you start taking the people coming out. You got 30 people coming out of the McDonald's driveway. You've got 119 cars coming back out of these parking spaces. You've got cars coming out of these parking lots. And now you got 197 here, 130 that want to go right, and 61 want to go left in one lane. This guy is waiting for these cars to get through, and he waits for these guys to get through. these guys are killing back. This was essentially the same similar happened over on the ramp. So there's a lot of conflict in here. And I've been doing traffic for a long time. That would be a very constructive place to try and get to. And it's going to be delayed. It's going to back on down the road. Now, we do have the center turn lane there. I believe Caltrain's suggestion was, and it's really a pretty good one, is to make this a dedicated left turn lane instead of a two-way through this intersection so you can kind of keep it clear. You know, better keep it clear than having people backing up in that lane trying to get into the far lane. So, though all of those confusions, and we said, well, if it's that bad here, what's it doing to the rest of the system? So then we went down into the McMurray Road, 246, and the northbound ramp, and looked at those volumes, and we get into this situation here. Now on this one, the queuing says we have 1,000 feet of queuing here on this road in Saturday midday operation with the queuing in there. And but it also, we ran one now on the existing. The real problem is the right turn lane is 380 feet long. At this point, it becomes a one-lane lane. So when you get 500 cars making, or 300 cars making the right turn, and the queue comes back that far, these left turners can't get to the left turn lane. So that causes queuing down there. This is where Caltrans has paused out, making a second lane on this ramp. Could help the situation, and it would, because we'd end up being able to split the traffic a little bit there, so that would do some good. All this being said, we further went on in there and looked at it, and again, even response indicated that this wasn't an in and out problem that necessarily already existed under existing conditions. And they are correct. In existing conditions, we now have close to 300 feet of queuing on the existing ramp, which means there's only 80 feet left before we start increasing the queue. And so it's, as they noted, existing plus cumulative causes a problem, which means that prior projects we've already approved that haven't yet been built. I get into this week because I've been doing this so long that I kind of possess, taking possession of it. So anyway, there's just not enough room on the roadbed out there, and without spending a lot of money. Now, to go back in history, we looked at this at one time when we knew that this combination, that McMurray Road and the ramps, was going to be a problem. We said, what can we do there? We said, well, you know, we take out Taco Bell and put in a right turn lane on 246. That'll help a lot. That didn't go over very well. And then we had one other one where we were going to divert the off ramp over onto McMurray Road through an easement, which the city actually has the ability to get that easement. And it would there, and it would bring the off ramp traffic all into the one intersection. So instead of having two intersections, we'd have Albertson's got built. And so that option kind of went away because Caltrans won't approve that kind of connection. So there's, we've looked at this intersection and this combination for a number of years. And basically, it was going to be a problem at some point in time. And I don't know how much more you want to explain there. Well, let's look at the next next video.
I don't think there is. Is there another one, Conrad?
There should be.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there's a couple more.
If you can enlarge that a little bit out there.
Sure.
It's just an aerial picture that shows what we talked about. You can see the right turn ramp goes down to about.
Oops, sorry, hold on.
Yeah, the right turn lane comes down to about here. And then from there on, that's a one-lane ramp. So that's when this lane fills up, it makes the whole ramp back up. And the next one there. the next
Oh,
one.
okay, there it is.
This is just kind of an off here, just so you kind of get a picture of it. You've all been there, you've all seen it, but you haven't looked at it. But you can see here, right here where the end of this median intersection there, that's where the right turn lane is. And we have existing, I think on the existing, we have something like 300 foot of queuing, based on the existing plus communities right now. And when existing plus queuing exceeds it, exceeding plus cut, there's, goes over the 500. I've got those things on another sheet, but I don't know that it's necessary right now. But these are the issues that we saw, and they're operational. And in the findings, it says that the site or the project will not affect the transportation, unduly affect the city system in there. And as your reviewer of the thing there, if this project, along with the others, occurs, you're going to have a congestion problem. And then you get into who's responsible and so on, but that's all that maybe Mr. Wolf deal with that in terms of describing. I can go into my thoughts, but they're just my thoughts. Is there anything else I should do?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poole.
Okay. So I'll just continue on here. So, in addition, the city did receive a second Caltrans comment letter. So we, one slide up.
Oh, sorry. It skipped.
There we go. So we did receive a letter from Caltrans on December 11th. In that letter, I'm sorry?
This year?
Yes. A representative from Caltrans, I believe, is also on the Zoom, just in, and is available if necessary. But I would just like to summarize a key few points from their letter here. So Caltrans did indicate significant concerns with the transportation impacts that would result with the addition of this project. They noted that it will affect residents, existing businesses, and the traveling public. They noted also that it would adversely affect the state highway system, including highways 101 and 246. And they did note in their letter that the 101 and 246 are already impacted by existing and pending development. However, Caltrans did note that if the city council would like to adopt the resolution to uphold the planning commission approvals, they would be requesting that the project is conditioned to include the following mitigation. So there are. Okay, yeah, so there are 4 bullets here from them. So again, if the city council ultimately wishes to adopt the uphold resolution, they can consider the addition of these mitigation measures as conditions into the resolution. I will note that the first measure listed here may lack some proportionality specifically to the in and out project and may not be able to be required of the applicant. However, the remainder of the items listed here, staff believes would potentially be appropriate to require of the applicant if the city council adopts the uphold resolution. So I'll just read them here. The first one is, which is to extend the northbound US 101 2-lane off-ramp which is what Mr. Poole just sort of described, to accommodate 200 additional feet of queuing. As then they note as estimated in the traffic study. So that's the one that I'm saying there may not be some enough proportionality to require of in and out. The remainder that are underlined here, though, maybe. So the first one would be install queuing detection infrastructure on the northbound off ramp for US 101 that connects the signals at the exit ramp and McMurray Road. Such that queues detected of more than 300 feet on the ramp trigger the phasing routine to clear the queue from the ramp and appropriate phases on State Route 246 and McMurray Road. The next one would be to install upgraded signal timing equipment for signals at US 101 and State Route 246. Those would need to be compatible with the queuing detection infrastructure as may be necessary. And then finally here, they list to the extent possible that construction traffic shall utilize the Rufus T. Buell interchange for all construction activity. Next slide. So in their letter, they also did list some potential future mitigation actions that might need to occur. So they had mentioned that they would also implement any appropriate means necessary in order to protect the traveling public from queuing issues during high demand times. So their priority at Caltrans is to remedy any safety issues on the 101 and or the 246. There are concerns with freeway ramps backing up and speed differentials that could cause congestion related collisions, they mentioned. They also did note that if necessary, Caltrans may consider closing eastbound 246 left turn pocket at McMurray Road if queuing related collisions or operational reliability is affected. So what they're referencing here in this last bullet point is that left turn lane as you're on 246 turning onto McMurray towards the project site. Next slide here. So additionally, the city did receive 2 comment letters from the Sheriff's Department. The first letter we received prior to the November 22 Planning Commission hearing, where they first heard this project. Some of the key points in that letter were that the intersection of Highway 101 northbound off-ramp and 246 will be heavily impacted during peak hours, that the left turn pocket at 246 and McMurray had limited room for vehicles, and this will affect traffic. The third would be that the vehicles exiting McDonald's may be impacted as they try to exit during peak hours. We did receive a second letter on December 4th of this year. And in that letter, they did note that the project will increase traffic in the area, especially at peak times. However, they defer to the traffic engineers in determining the amount of traffic congestion the roadway can withstand, and as well as measures to implement traffic impacts mitigation. They did also note that several changes could be made to the surrounding area to relieve some of the congestion if needed. Next slide.
I have a question. If there's an accident on 246, is that the sheriff's response or the high patrols?
Sheriff's.
The sheriff's because they're down.
That's within the city limits, correct?
But 101 is CHP, right?
Is.
Correct.
Then city limits from Dairyland or a little further back, all the way through on the 246 would be the responsibility for the sheriff.
Thank you.
So as mentioned earlier in the presentation, the city council will need to make the required findings contained in whichever resolution is ultimately adopted this evening. So here I've listed the draft findings to uphold the planning commission approvals. And these again are listed in the resolution for uphold in your packet. So if the city council wishes to uphold the planning commission approval and deny the appeal, the following findings will need to be made, and I'll just go ahead and read them here. That the site for the project is adequate in size, shape, location, and physical characteristics to accommodate the density and intensity of development proposed. With the imposition of conditions of approval, the project site is adequate for the level of development of the proposed project. Number 2 would be that the significant environmental impacts are mitigated to the maximum extent feasible as the project qualifies for a class 32 categorical exemption. Number 3 is that streets and highways are adequate and properly designed pursuant to the requirements of the city engineer. With the imposition of conditions of approval and required roadway improvements to McMurray Road and Highway 246 intersection operations will be brought to acceptable levels. Number 4, that there are adequate public services, including but not limited to fire protection, water supply, sewage disposal, and police protection to serve the project. Next slide. That the project will not be detrimental to the health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the neighborhood, and the proposed use will be compatible with the surrounding area. With the imposition of conditions of approval, impacts to adjacent uses and businesses, including but not limited to McDonald's, the Marriott Hotel, and Shumash Employment Resource Center will be minimal. Next one, that the project is in conformance with the applicable provisions of Title 19 zoning of the municipal code and the general plan, because with the inclusion of proposed roadway improvements as conditions of approval, traffic impacts to the surrounding area will be reduced to acceptable levels. Additionally, this project will expand the visitor serving sector of the local economy, attract a new business, and encourage economic development activities that provide opportunities for employment of local residents and increased municipal revenues. And finally, that the proposed development is in conformance with the community design guidelines. So next is, I wanted to go through what if the city council goes forward with the overturn resolution is what I'm calling it, and approving the appeal, in effect denying the project. The city council would need to make the following findings, and I'll read them. That the site for the project is not adequate in size, shape, location, and physical characteristics to accommodate the density and intensity of development proposed, namely due to the location of the site on McMurray Road and the project's specific operational impacts on adjacent businesses and the nearby residential neighborhood. The location of the site is inadequate for the intensity of development. 2, that the streets and highways are not adequate for the intensity of the project, though they are properly designed pursuant to the requirements of the city engineer, because of the limited queuing capacity and infrastructure of State Route 246 and McMurray Road, that are not able to accommodate the specific traffic and circulation impacts of the project due to the project's specific operational characteristics. 3, that there are adequate public services included but not limited to fire protection, water supply, sewage disposal, and police protection to serve the project. Next, that the project will be detrimental to the health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the neighborhood, and that the proposed uses will not be compatible with the surrounding area. Local residents have expressed significant concerns with the traffic and circulation posed by the intensity of the proposed project use. The record shows that McDonald's previously had concerns with traffic congestion and safety at the shared driveway, as McDonald's patrons need to maintain safe, comfortable, and convenient access onto their site. In addition, residents and businesses in the surrounding neighborhood would be impacted by substantial traffic impacts that cannot be adequately addressed. The project location and intensity would create safety concerns along Murray Road at and near the project driveway entrance due to the conflicting vehicular turning movements. Next, that the project is not in conformance with the applicable provisions of Title 19 zoning of the municipal code and the general plan. The project conflicts with policies L11, C5, and C8 of the general plan circulation element because the intensity of development of the project would cause the level of service at McMurray Road, Highway 246 intersection to exceed acceptable levels, defined as level of service C or better, pursuant to the general plan, with no quantifiably adequate and or feasible improvements to mitigate the impact. This project would cause vehicular queuing to exceed storage capacity at peak times and the northbound Highway 101-246 off-ramp, adversely impacting operations on Highway 101 and 246. And finally, that the proposed development is in conformance with the community design guidelines. And again, I just wanted to note here again that with either resolution, the wording included in the justification portion of the findings can be modified if desired by the city council. This is just the draft finding language that has been presented here for both resolutions. And next here. So in adopting resolution 22-13, the planning commission did make the finding that this project qualifies as a class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA. And ultimately tonight, if the city council wishes to adopt the uphold planning commission approval resolution, city council will also need to make this CEQA finding. And I have listed here the 5 findings that would need to be made, but ultimately, it's up to the city council would need to make those required CEQA findings for the uphold resolution. If the city council adopts the overturn resolution, no environmental determination is required as part of that action.
Quit, so these are new things that are coming? If, I mean, they've already done what they've done and did studies and did all that, and these are different conditions today?
Referring to the slide, the environmental
Yeah,
or?
yeah.
So the CEQA determination is required of any project, any project that's defined as a project. So
Yeah.
this isn't new. This is,
Been done yet?
The planning commission did, and they made
Right.
the decision and determination that it did meet the class 32 categorical exemption. If we were to uphold their approval tonight, we would also have to make the determination
Yes.
that the project meets the class 32 categorical exemption. So we are not saying, if we approve it, we are not saying anything new than what the planning commission has already said. And if we don't uphold it, then we are saying we don't agree with the category, or no, that we don't have.
there's no environmental determination that would need to be made.
Sorry.
So, okay, next slide here. So just a quick summary. So the basis for the appeal centers around general plan consistency, traffic and safety. Again, city council can consider the specific issues included in the appeal. They can also consider any other aspect of the project, which written or verbal evidence is presented. Draft findings have been included again, which I just read, for both the uphold version of the resolution and the overturn. And whichever resolution is adopted this evening, the required findings associated with that resolution must be made. So with that, next slide, staff recommends that the city council, one, conduct the appeal hearing, receive testimony from the appellant, then the applicant, allow rebuttals to the appellant, applicant, and then public comments and staff responses. And then after that, the city council consider adoption of one of the following resolutions, which again, there's two versions of resolution number 2323. The first would be a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the planning commission approval of the In-N-Out project, or resolution number 2323, resolution of the city council approving the appeal and overturning the planning commission approvals of the In-N-Out project.
Go back one slide for me. Mr. Mayor, may I just kind of lay some legal things out for the record? Would that be okay right now?
That's why we hired you.
Thank you, sir. And I'm so glad that you did, sir. As the council knows, and as any member of the public who looked at the agenda online knows, there are literally hundreds of pages of documents involved in this. Ms. Kiefer gave a presentation helped by the consultant of over 45 minutes. You will now be asked to take additional testimony from the appellant tonight, the applicant, members of, and again, each of them getting a chance to sort of rebut the other if they have anything else to add. And then all the members of the public, at which point you'll close the public hearing and ask staff for any final staff comments. I know that it's oftentimes the kind of practice of the council, if you hear something, to ask a question. I would ask that tonight, because of the nature and potential length of this public hearing, if you write your questions down, and then after the public hearing is closed, begin to work through those questions with the city manager, with Ms. Kiefer, and if necessary, with the member of the public, applicant or appellant who raised the issue that you want to discuss more. That will help the hearing be more brief, because there won't be the back and forth. It'll also help the city clerk in terms of the minutes of the hearing, and just really kind of keep things very clean tonight. So just remember that, can we go back to the two resolutions? Ms. Kiefer just walked through a whole bunch of findings. Your decision on those findings is based on what you hear tonight and what you've read. And you've read a lot, and you're going to hear a lot. Hopefully, going through this process will allow you to kind of hone in on some of those findings. As Ms. Kiefer said, if you need to change the rationale for one of them, fine, that's not a problem. But in bringing them to you, she put together with the city manager and with our office what we thought you would base the findings for denial on, if you went that way. Obviously, your findings for approval are very easy. You believe that, yes, all of these findings can be made and we can walk forward together. If you go the denial route, but you disagree with her rationale, let's talk about that, talk about what you've heard on the record, what you've read, and why you would want to change those, and then we'll take your direction and go that route. But I just wanted to lay that all out for the four of you, also for the public, so that everybody kind of knew where we were. One final thing, and this is an unusual situation due to Councilmember Silva. There's the possibility of a tie vote. A tie vote means that no action is taken. Under a normal circumstance, if no action was taken, the rules of order simply say that that action is carried over to the next meeting where a full council is available to consider it. In the case of someone who is conflicted due to Political Reform Act conflicts, that is a final action. So the final action would be no action taken. And in that case, the Planning Commission decision stands as is. What you could do if you wound up with a tie vote that upheld the Planning Commission decision, you could then talk more about conditions of approval to impose and say, well, if we're going to uphold the Planning Commission decision, then let's talk about those Caltrans conditions of approval that Ms. Kiefer talked about. Those are issues that we may or may not get into, but again, I wanted to lay them out for you so that you kind of knew where you were going before you started listening to the appellant, the applicant, and the public. I'll obviously be here for any questions because you have hired me and I'll do my job. Thank you, sir.
All right, then. So before we get into the appellant and the presentation and the applicant, I would like to ask our law enforcement individuals if they have anything to say on this issue, and we do not make them sit here for an hour and a half until the end of this deliberation. So if we can hear from if the High Patrol has anything to say, or if our lieutenant from the Sheriff's Department has anything to say, come up to the podium.
Good evening, everyone. Mark Valencia with the Sheriff's Office. We do not have anything to say at this time, but what I do have is my traffic officer, Senior Deputy Farmer, here to answer any specific questions from either the floor or.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have any questions right now? Or would you like to wait?
We're going to wait till all of the law enforcement agencies are done. So, Mr. Farmer, you did a study on this, right? Or Deputy Farmer?
Yes, Mayor King. I just looked at the plans that were provided to me. I wasn't any part of approval or traffic studies themselves, but just looking at the flow of the traffic and through a law enforcement's eyes of how it could affect traffic. So that's pretty much what I've done.
In your opinion, how would that affect the traffic?
Well, my opinion is that yes, it will affect traffic. It will increase traffic. I mean, that's in a nutshell. But then beyond that, really, when will it affect traffic? I'm thinking my opinion is it's going to affect traffic during the lunchtime and the dinner time the most. If you go out onto the roadway right now, 7 o'clock, traffic is turning extremely light at that point. So really, you're going to be looking at it at those couple of peak times. My opinion is when it's going to be the most congested. And then from there, it's just a matter of really the traffic engineers options available to mitigate it.
Right.
I'm not saying that they're possible or not possible. It's just something to look at, I guess. So.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sure.
High Patrol?
Yes, good evening. I'm Lieutenant Jason Bronson. I'm the Buellton CHP commander. Highway Patrol also has no comment on whether this is approved or denied by the city council. However, we are also here with our law enforcement and traffic safety partners, recognizing that anticipated impact to traffic and movement and potentially public safety is something that we would have to address together. Either in mitigation or response.
Okay, thanks, sir.
But I have the same question as before. So if there's an accident on the off ramp, is that the highway patrol or the sheriff?
Highway Patrol.
The highway patrol would handle anything on the off ramp.
Have you had any accidents on the off ramp that you know, or that rear enders or had a problem backing into the freeway or anything there before?
I don't have those numbers. There are accidents which occur on the off ramp. It is rare that the queue of the 1,000 feet from the northbound off ramp is full. But the studies done by Caltrans have indicated that there's potential impact and that queue may be insufficient.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And do we have John Olnick on Zoom?
We do.
Mr. Olnick?
Good evening. Thank you, Council. John Olenek, Caltrans District 5 Planning Chief. And your staff did an excellent job of summarizing our most recent letter. In September, when we've commented prior to the Planning Commission, that was our nice letter. We were really hoping that the city would make the land use decision that was in the best picture of the motoring public overall. And so what you have before you today for the council and for the public's benefit is a more refined letter with expressing more concern that, we will leave it to you to make the final decision. But if the decision is to continue with the development as proposed and with the mitigation measures proposed, that we do see some significant concerns, operational, which leads to safety concerns, which was our number one recommendation, that if the project proceeds, that there needs to be some project specific mitigation to mitigate that impact, project specific. And based on their traffic study, we estimated that at about 200 feet of additional length, queuing length. A second part to that was just to expand on the other part of the technology was queue detection. That is essentially a system that will connect and with loop detectors connect to the signals. And if the queues on the ramp exceed a certain amount, then that would trigger the signals to operate a certain way to stop all moves with the exception of the right turn movement on the 246 and also allowing the left turn onto McMurray. So again, we leave it in your good hands to make the decision. We just wanted to express a little more clear than our September letter, our concerns regarding the impacts associated with this development. And as was highlighted by staff, our number one concern is safety, and it's safety for all users of the highway system and the local road system for that matter. So while we did take some, we did take a point of talking about potential closing of the left turn pocket. That's not something we want to do, but if it is necessitated based on safety and concerns, then it's a measure that we have the ability to do. So I will be staying for the whole meeting myself, but I'm available right now to answer any questions.
John?
Yeah, I have a question. You said you would have sensors for the queuing, so if the off ramp was full up, you would turn on the green light and empty the off ramp. Is that what you meant by?
Correct. That's a request
to do with your lighting.
Correct. That's a request that we would ask to be added as a mitigation measure to the development. Is basically a queuing detection system that would need to be coordinated and applied for under encroachment permit through us.
I have a question if I can, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
John, you mentioned the shutting down of the left turn pocket onto McMurray from the 246. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and that's a possibility if this were to be approved.
It's a possibility. It's something within our purview. It's not something we want to do, because we recognize the impacts that would have to the existing businesses. But if it's something that a safety analysis is determining that the risk is too great because of the queuing onto the main line, it is an option. I'm not saying we're here ready to strike of a pen, do it, but it is an option at our disposal if we need to.
Thank you.
Yeah, quickly.
The, if you wanted to change the lights to accommodate the traffic, I'm thinking about the Mission off ramp in Santa Barbara. Everybody gets off the off ramp, goes back on the off ramp to get to the hospital. They've changed that, when they closed Las Positas. So the management of the traffic is plausible to be handled by lighting, and to relieve the congestion, you could make the lights to accommodate the overflow of traffic.
I would say that the signal coordination based on the new lip system will improve. But, by the development's own traffic study, it indicated that there would be queuing back onto the main line. And so that's a scenario that is of concern. So that's why our first request was extending to the appropriate amount, which was estimated about 200 feet based on the analysis, the developer's traffic study that. But if that's not something the council approves, certainly the signal coordination will be a good element as well.
Thank you.
So, Alicia, have anything?
No.
So, John, if you do this queuing, this 300-foot queuing, and that switches basically the light at the top of the ramp to green, and then the lights at the intersection to the left turn arrow priority, and then the through, that would basically stop all the other traffic until that queuing was relieved off the ramp. Is that correct? So the eastbound, westbound would be affected because of the basically the dumping of the ramp.
That I guess, yeah, the flushing of the ramp would be a good way to think about it.
Right.
If the detection is tripped, then all other phases would stop to allow the ramp to clear.
I've got that now. And one more thing before we move on is what would be the timeline for Caltrans, if feasible, to add 200 feet onto that ramp, if that's even possible?
I'd need to have further conversations about that, but essentially, we would hope that the queuing system would be prior to occupancy. But we also recognize that a project like extending an off-ramp is a longer timeline. So with commitment in the conditions of approval, maybe at a certain point, we'd have to discuss more if there was a phasing alternative to that. But the other items, we would hope that it'd be prior to occupancy.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
John, this queuing of the traffic lights, does that take into consideration the possibility that the left turn lanes onto McMurray into potentially in and out are free and clear of traffic, or is there a potential for queuing that backs up into what would be the left-hand turn lane from that left-hand pocket?
That's a good question. That's a really good question. So essentially you're describing a scenario of gridlock, which is kind of the overall, tone of our letter and concern is now you're talking about a scenario where drivers on McMurray can't even get into the parking lot of In-N-Out because of the congestion. So in reality, that creates even another problem where it's coming from the driveway. And I don't know if the traffic study says it will do this because I didn't look at the study on the McMurray. We focused just on the state system. But now you're describing a scenario where from the driveway to the intersection, through the intersection, down the ramp is a potential. I don't know if those numbers are that way. We didn't look at it from that perspective, but that you bring up a really good point.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to move on, and this is how we're going to do it as our attorney described this to us. I'm going to have the appellant make a presentation. I'm going to make the applicant have a presentation. I'm going to give you ample time for both of those, and then I'm going to go to public comments. And as traditional and historic, if you are here to speak at the dais and you are a public speaker, we will give you 3 minutes to present your presentation. Okay, I will now call up the appellant to give their presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I do have a presentation and city staff wouldn't mind.
Could you give us your name and your address, please?
I'm Carla Mead. I live at 559 Monticello Lane in Buellton.
Lois, is that going out over the no? Well, here we go again. 1 second. We'll try this.
Mr. Mayor, while we're doing this, just kind of again for the record, this is the public hearing portion of it. And so when the last public speaker has completed, we'll then close the public hearing, which would then mean that no other public speakers could get up. So anybody who does want to speak, if you're hearing something and you want to speak, please fill out a card, bring it to the city clerk. You can get added to the end of the list, but there will come a point where the mayor will say, okay, that's the end of the public hearing, and now we're going to bring it back to council. So we want to make sure that anybody who wants to speak gets the chance to do so.
Scott, you want to reset that?
Yes, and we do want that. We want all of you that want to come up here and have something to say, please do so. And like our attorney said, after this is over, don't say, ooh, I gotta. So it's the old speak now or forever hold your peace.
Thank you, sir.
Please, Carla.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor King and City Council members. Tonight, I stand before you to request the overturning of the Planning Commission's approval of the proposed in and out and to deny their application. I do not make this request because of nostalgia for the movie theater, personal preferences against in and out, or resistance to change. Instead, I bring forth concerns backed by irrefutable facts stated by city staff and traffic experts that understand the inappropriateness of this development for Buellton in this location. Its approval could prove detrimental to our community, its residents, and the existing local businesses. Next slide, please. As demonstrated in my second slide, I wish to reiterate Buellton's own city staff in their original report from November 7th, 2023, recommended denying the in and out proposal based on several factors I will outline. Unfortunately, when the Planning Commission did not like the factual information provided by the city staff, they requested an alternative plan for their approval. This action bewilders me as these appointed officials are responsible for upholding our city's government documents and ensuring the safety of our citizens. This request blatantly illustrates that the commissioners were well aware of the project's lack of compliance and still approved the project. Next slide, please. There are several compelling reasons why this project should have been denied. Slide 3 highlights inconsistent findings as cited by the staff report, including that the site for the project is not adequate in size, shape, location, and physical characteristics to accommodate the use and level of development proposed. The streets and highways are not adequate and properly designed to accommodate the project. The project will be detrimental to the health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the neighborhood. And proposed uses will not be compatible with the surrounding area. And the project is not in conformance with the general plan. This last bullet emphasizes the inconsistency with the general plan, which is further noted on slide 4. In our general plan, policy L11 underscores the significance of establishing the balanced circulation network and ensuring safe access for vehicles, bicycles, pedestrians to various neighborhood centers and adjacent routes. However, the in and out project significantly disrupts this balance by presenting an unbalanced traffic challenges. Policy C5 emphasizes the maintenance of a level of service C or better traffic conditions on streets and intersections, or the requirement for improvements. Nonetheless, the in and out project jeopardizes traffic conditions, particularly during peak hours, with the intersection of McMurray and State Route 246 expected to drop to a level of service D. This directly opposes the general plan's policy. Policy C8 stipulates that new development should mitigate their traffic impacts, and failure to do so might lead to restrictions on further development. The traffic studies concluded indicate that many of the aspects of the general plan will not be upheld with the approval of this project. The concerns extend beyond mere policy inconsistencies and point to issues with the inadequacy and improper design of the area's highways and streets. Moving to the next slide, you will see the most recent letter from Caltrans expressing very concerned sentiments about this development and urging the city to consider the significant transportation impacts it will pose on the area. This is a direct quote from this letter. On the next slide, Caltrans delineates mitigation measures necessary for the proposal. Notice how many times the word "and" is underlined. They go beyond simple road restriping or lane additions. They entail extensive projects that substantially alter existing exits and roads. They recommend installing queuing detection infrastructure on ramps. And on the next slide, you can also see that they want upgraded signaling equipment and redirecting drivers to use the DeMassa Road or the Rufus T. Bill exit. And these are massive projects for our city to undertake. During the last Planning Commission meeting, an in and out representative stated that the company would not solely cover the cost of mitigation, but accepted the city and potentially other businesses to share the financial burden of these mitigations. They turned down an agreement presented by city staff stating, while the city has offered to enter into a reimbursement agreement to partially reimburse In-N-Out for its cost to implement the mitigation measures at their sole cost, the agreement proposes that the city collect traffic impact fees from future developments and pass along an undetermined portion of those to In-N-Out. Unfortunately, the agreement offers no guarantee of dollar amounts or timing for the reimbursement. It begs the question of why isn't the city working with In-N-Out to determine and collect from In-N-Out a reasonable fair share fee or a small contribution to the cumulative impacts. On this slide, you can see, I'm unsure what In-N-Out considers a small contribution to traffic, but in In-N-Out's projected traffic contribution, according to the traffic study submitted on September 30th, 2022, equals approximately the traffic generated by the 4 largest approved projects in Buellton combined. These figures speak volumes. This single project will be the largest contributor to traffic in the area. You can literally see the numbers, right? We're talking about off-peak, we're talking about Saturday. When we have, even with the Cambria Hotel, the Buellton Garden Apartments, the Polo Village, and the Senior Apartments, it's basically those 4 projects equal this one project. Each mitigation measure outlined by Caltrans directly results from the addition of this project to our city. Despite this, In-N-Out refuses to cover the expenses. If this project is approved, who will shoulder the possible millions of dollars in mitigation costs that Caltrans demands? Do we intend to burden Buellton citizens or existing businesses with this financial responsibility? Do we want to discourage potential new businesses by preemptively charging them for traffic mitigation before they even commence operation? This approach seems detrimental to encouraging new businesses and new developments, or even sustaining existing businesses. Can you go to the next slide, please? Furthermore, Caltrans warns that if the traffic affects the 101 ramp to the 246, they might consider closing the left turn onto McMurray Road. Such an action would eliminate access to a major road in Buellton, impacting residents and existing businesses along McMurray, including the Taco Bell, McDonald's, the Marriott, and the Chumash Employment Resource Center. Additionally, it would force drivers to go straight through the light and then make left turns across 2 lanes of the 246 to access the shopping center where Starbucks, Panda Express, The Habit, Tractor Supply Company, and 2 locally owned businesses are Ellie's Grill from Brazil and Hot Works are situated. This change potentially introduces even more hazardous conditions. In light of all this information, how was this project approved? During the Planning Commission meeting on October 19th, 2023, city staff presented a revised report as requested. In that meeting, and I quote from the city staff, part of what the Planning Commission asked us to bring back was a resolution for approval with the appropriate findings and attached conditions of approval. So this is what we attempted to do here. She goes on to say in that night's meeting that the Planning Commission is considering a resolution for approval if they are able to make the appropriate and required findings. Then 7 appropriate findings are listed. Of these findings, I find 3 particularly troubling. It is unclear to me how the Planning Commission could have found anything since these findings contradict what was originally stated by staff. How could the Planning Commission find that now the site is magically adequate in size, shape, location, and physical characteristics? How could they find that the streets and highways are adequately and properly designed and will be brought to acceptable levels when we were not even aware at the time of approval the mitigations Caltrans requested? How could they find that the project would not be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of its adjacent uses and businesses? How could they, or how can you, if you allow this project to be approved, find any of this when reports, studies, and government documents say that this project does not meet any of these conditions? In fact, one of the 2 planning commissioners who voted against the project, Commissioner Shannon Reese, stated about the new report, they did their best to prepare something that was legally defensible and in line with what the majority of the PC asked for back in November. However, I agree with staff's original recommendations. Last slide, please. Whom should you trust? The In-N-Out representatives, the buyer's realtor who also happens to be the seller's realtor, the movie theater owners, all of whom stand to gain financially from this project. Do you believe in their fear-inducing statements suggesting that businesses won't come here if the proposal isn't approved? We all know that Buellton is a great place to own a business. Businesses will come. That is a fact. Or do you trust your own city staff, traffic study analysis experts, Caltrans engineers, and the planning commissioners who voted against this project? That's my question to you. Whom do you believe? While it's tempting to focus on the potential financial gains that In-N-Out might bring, I urge you to consider the cost associated with these gains. It's not just about the financial expenses for traffic mitigation, it's about straying from our governing documents, disregarding key policies in the general plan, creating hazardous traffic conditions, and jeopardizing existing businesses along McMurray and the 246. To preserve Buellton's unique character, adhere to our general plan, and ensure the safety of our residents and visitors, it is evident that an In-N-Out project is not suitable for this area of the community. The prudent choice is to reject this proposal and explore alternatives that better align with Buellton's values and safety concerns. In conclusion, I implore you to approve Resolution 2323, approving the appeal and overturning the Planning Commission's approval, therefore denying this project. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Okay. Now I will hear from the applicant. And in full disclosure, I did have an ex parte meeting with Jim Lockington. There was no discussion of whether I approved or disapproved of this. I happened to be at the Fall Fest. I was pulled into their booth and shown the plans and what they were proposing to do here in the city of Buellton. So I just wanted that for full disclosure that I did not make any decision one way or the other.
Good evening. You all hear me? Hello.
Try again.
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Can you guys hear him? I don't think that microphone's on, Scott,
It
actually.
is on.
Yeah, it's on.
It is.
Hello?
If I go too high, you're gonna get feedback.
You're okay.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor King, city council members, city staff, and members of the Buellton community. My name is Jim Lockington. I'm the manager of new store development for In-N-Out Burger, and I'm very proud to be here representing In-N-Out Burger at this hearing. Also with me tonight is Giancarlo Gandini, the traffic engineer for the project. I have a short presentation for you, and after that, both Giancarlo and I will be available to answer any questions you might have. The project on your agenda this evening is here because it was approved by a majority decision of the City of Buellton Planning Commission on October 19, 2023, but subsequently appealed by a citizen. I don't think there would be any argument with the idea that the only controversial issue with this project is traffic. I'll spend a few minutes discussing that topic near the end of my presentation, but first I want to take a few minutes to tell you about In-N-Out Burger's history and culture. Can we go to the second slide, please? The In-N-Out Burger story began in Baldwin Park, California in 1948, when Harry and Esther Snyder opened a drive-through hamburger stand in a modest 10-foot by 10-foot building. The building had large windows so the customers could see their food being cooked. This is an essential design element that continues to this day in every new In-N-Out Burger restaurant. Two-way speakers were placed in the drive-through lane so that the customer could order from their car, and this was an innovation never used before, credited to Harry Snyder. In-N-Out Burger remains a family-oriented business, a family-owned business to this day, led by the granddaughter of the founders, Lizzie Snyder. All restaurants are company-owned and operated, with no franchises and no licensing of the name or branded copyrights. Next slide, please. In-N-Out celebrated 3 very important milestones this year. First, the company turned 75 years old. Second and third, we opened our 400th store 2 days ago in Meridian, Idaho, which is also the first store in Idaho. Idaho is now the 8th state that we operate in, joining California, Arizona, Nevada, Utah, Texas, Oregon, and Colorado. Next slide, please. This is In-N-Out Burger's mission statement, which states that In-N-Out Burgers exists for the purpose of 1, providing the freshest, highest quality foods and services for a profit, and a spotless, sparkling environment whereby the customer is our most important asset. 2, providing a team-oriented atmosphere whereby goal setting and communications exist, and to provide excellent training and development for all of our associates. And 3, assisting all communities in our marketplace become stronger, safer, and better places to live. In-N-Out's business philosophy is simple as it's outlined in our mission statement displayed on the screen. One of Harry Snyder's founding principles that still guides the company today is that the customer is everything. Every In-N-Out associate, from an entry-level store associate to the CFO, are reminded of this by the statement written at the bottom of all of our paychecks, which reads, quote, "Remember, this paycheck was made possible by the customer." Slide 5, please. So what are the benefits of a new In-N-Out Burger restaurant for your community? There are many. Significant tax revenue. Your local tax rate is 7.7%. As a private company, In-N-Out does not publish its revenue, but an In-N-Out at the proposed location will easily do in excess of $5 million, which would provide local tax revenue of over $385,000 annually. New jobs. In-N-Out is a very highly regarded employer, perennial ranked by Glassdoor as the best restaurant in the country to work for. And in 2023, it was also ranked by Glassdoor as the 10th best company of any type of business in the entire United States to work for. We routinely pay the highest starting hourly wages of any employer, especially when you consider restaurant industry. And we have a culture of promoting from within for the extremely high-paying store management positions. Beyond those, there's also opportunity for further advancement in corporate support positions. Community youth employed at the restaurant will learn the value of and be rewarded for their hard work, and some may even find a lifelong career within that. There'll be new public improvements. Improvements that will be installed and paid for by In-N-Out along McMurray Road will include new sidewalks, streetlights, an accessible path into the site, and a flashing beacon-style pedestrian crossing to improve safety for pedestrians crossing McMurray Road. Landscaping and trees. The entire site will be newly and beautifully landscaped with state-of-the-art water-conserving irrigation systems and state-of-the-art stormwater management systems. Next slide, please. Community giving. Is it possible to get the top there? Yeah, let's see. Thank you so much. To fulfill part 3 of our mission statement, In-N-Out Burger actively gives back to the community in all of our marketplaces. Examples of this commitment include holiday food drives conducted at all of our restaurants and corporate office locations, yearly blood drives at all of our corporate support office locations, and most importantly, ongoing fundraising throughout the year at the restaurant locations, and several yearly corporate fundraising events to support our 2 charitable foundations. These foundations include the In-N-Out Foundation, which was started by Esther, one of the founders, and her son Rich Snyder in 1984, with a focus on prevention and recovery from child abuse. And the Slave to Nothing Foundation, which was established in 2016 by our owner Lindsay and her husband Sean, which focuses on funding organizations that provide services and assistance to victims of human trafficking or substance abuse. These foundations employ dozens of associates to carry out their missions, and In-N-Out underwrites every expense to ensure that all donations, every dollar, whether generated from internal associate donations, customer donations, or our numerous vendor and corporate partner donors, go directly to worthy recipient organizations. So far in 2023, grants to worthy organizations in Santa Barbara County alone from the In-N-Out Children's Foundation have totaled $102,000. So far in 2023, Slave to Nothing grants to worthy organizations in Santa Barbara County alone have totaled $75,000. We also offer local school support, student recognition, and reading programs such as our Cover to Cover Reading Encouragement Library programs, and we provide a myriad of in-kind donations to local organizations upon request. In 2023, these in-kind and other donations in Santa Barbara County alone took the form of our fulfilling 53 individual requests with a value of over $35,000. And worth noting is that the Buellton and Solvang public libraries are already participants in what we call the Cover to Cover Reading Encouragement Program. Next slide, please. But most important of the community benefits is that there will be a beautiful, brand new, family-friendly, well-lit and safe, well-maintained In-N-Out Burger restaurant with an outdoor patio to serve fresh, hot, made-to-order, never frozen food to the community. Well, I guess that begs a question, right? Does the community want a new In-N-Out Burger in Buellton? Our engagement with the community indicates yes, the community does. We set up an information booth last year and again this year at the Buellton Fall Festival. This year, our booth included easels with project site plan, colored landscape plan, and the architectural rendering, which you see on the screen. We provided printouts with our company, mission statement, how the proposed Buellton store compares in many metrics to the closest nearby stores in Goleta and Santa Maria, and provided support letters that festival goers could sign to indicate their support for the project. This here is the stack of signed letters from last year. There are 214 signed letters, and several of the letters include additional 86 signatures where people took the letter, took it to their friends, coworkers, had it signed, and then sent it back to us. This is the stack of letters from Saturday of this year's Buellton Fall Festival, 315 signed letters. This is the stack from Sunday of this year's Buellton Fall Festival, 245 letters. That's a total cumulative total of 864 letters of support for the project. So that wraps up some In-N-Out history and culture that I hope you found interesting. Let's move on to some information specific to the proposed Buellton In-N-Out, and really the only substantive and controversial topic, traffic and traffic mitigation. As city staff noted in this presentation and their staff report, this project has been before the Planning Commission several times, and it would be safe to say that there have been a few interesting twists and turns along the way. Notably, the project was in front of the Planning Commission on November 17, 2022, at which time city staff presented a denial recommendation based on what In-N-Out believes and has stated on the record in writing and at prior hearings is a fundamental misrepresentation of the project's incremental cumulative impact on city roads and state highways. Worth mentioning is that just days before this hearing, in the final staff packet, staff published a peer review report from the city's outside traffic engineer, which In-N-Out had never seen. With only days between receiving this report and the hearing, In-N-Out's traffic engineer produced a response to the peer review, which quantitatively refuted every negative assertion by the peer review. This rebuttal letter was provided to staff and to the planning commissioners. The hearing from the public who attended the hearing and considering the entirety of the record on the project, the planning commission's majority response to staff's project denial recommendation was to direct staff to go back to the drawing board and return to them with a recommendation and appropriate findings to approve the project. The project next returned to the commission on January 5th of this year, where early in that hearing, staff entered into the record a letter from an attorney representing the Chumash Employment Resource Center and the Marriott. Both are adjacent neighbor commercial properties to the north of the proposed project. This letter outlined opposition to the project and brought to light that the city had been sent in April 2022 a request for an AB 52 tribal consult, but that request had apparently slipped through the cracks and was not attended to. The city attorney made a determination at that hearing that the project could not be acted upon by the Planning Commission until the AB 52 consult was concluded, and the commission then acted to continue the project to a date uncertain to allow the open issues to be resolved. Between this year's January 5th and October 19th Planning Commission hearings, In-N-Out took a number of steps to ensure that the Planning Commission could approve the project when it returned to them, which they did, of course, in a majority decision. First, we worked with our neighbors, the Marriott Hotel and the Chumash Employment Resource Center, addressed their project concerns, and concluded the AB 52 tribal consultation. And we now have both businesses, our adjacent neighbors, full support of our project. Second, we made several significant changes to the McMurray entrance driveway width configuration in response to the city's peer reviewer comments. And we made considerable upgrades to the building architecture and exterior finishes, resulting in the beautiful mission style building displayed on the screen. Third, we worked directly with city staff to refine the project conditions of approval in the hopes that we would come to mutual agreement on all of them. In-N-Out truly appreciates the collaboration with staff that resulted in the final list of conditions. And the following is a very, very important point. If tonight's hearing results, as we hope it does, in upholding the planning commission approval, In-N-Out commits to do everything it can to comply with those conditions as imposed by the planning commission approval. In-N-Out is always committed to improving the communities we operate in, and that includes complying with all reasonable and lawful conditions of approval and requirements to mitigate the impacts that our project might cause. Further, as an extremely successful and financially healthy private company, we are in a financial position to pay our fair share, and frankly, perhaps a bit more than our fair share in many cases, of mitigation measures. That said, we are not in agreement with any contention that the project is not in compliance with the city's general plan. I've provided documentation to the decision makers and to staff that doesn't use capital letters and bold and underline to support those contentions. We provided facts, figures, and real data. Further, further, In-N-Out is in agreement with the vast majority of the 101 conditions of approval to be imposed on the project. However, the requirements of traffic-related conditions 33, 39, 41, 50, 51, and 52, when taken together as they are written, are a gross overreach of the city's right and obligation to impose reasonable conditions on a project to mitigate its impacts. These conditions, when taken together, require In-N-Out to do so much more than required by the city's general plan and the city's typical practice in conditioning similar projects that it is practically shocking. I promise I'll wrap up soon, and I will not go into exhaustive detail here from the podium on all the points supporting our and the Planning Commission's determination of general plan compliance. You have all those, and I hope that you've read them. Nor will I go into details of the specific overreach of the above mentioned traffic-related conditions. I and our traffic consultant have provided ample written evidence to support In-N-Out's positions. We hope that you have read them carefully and will be available to answer any questions you have. I do want to go on record that the above referenced traffic conditions are not legally supportable, and they are not consistent with the city's typical policies and practices in imposing reasonable conditions and mitigations on projects like ours, whose traffic results in incremental impacts only in a cumulative scenario analysis. There's something that's particularly dishonest going on here. I don't know if it's on purpose, but In-N-Out's impact to the traffic system here that both city staff and Caltrans are referencing is based on our traffic impact analysis, cumulative scenario condition. What does that mean? I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer. I deal with a lot of traffic engineers all the time. I'm also not an attorney, but I deal with attorneys all the time. So all of the impacts which the city based the conditions on and which Caltrans has based their opinion and their letters on, these are all based on an analysis and a collection of existing data, a very conservative estimate of In-N-Out's traffic generation. And in the case of the In-N-Out project, a table that's part of the traffic analysis, which is referred to in some of the documents we've shared with you in the last week or two, of future projects. Some have been approved, some might have been built, some may have been approved, not yet built, some are projected plans that the city has received but hasn't acted on yet. The cumulative traffic from that table and that future cumulative is 23,000 trips. So when staff and Caltrans refer to the impact of in and outs project, they're not referring to just in and out. When you look at the analysis of just in and out, which is existing traffic plus the project, which is outlined in the traffic analysis that we provided, there are no impacts, none. I don't even think Mr. Poole has claimed such. There are no impacts, existing plus in and out. So it's somewhat disingenuous when city staff and Caltrans refer to the in and out impacts, because it's not in and outs impacts. It's in and outs contribution, incremental contribution. In and outs traffic, daily traffic generation in the traffic study, which no one has opposed, is in the 2,800 trips per day range. For the people in the audience, what does that mean? How many cars is that? So a trip coming to a project like in and out, there's a trip in, they get their food, and there's a trip out. So when you say 2,800 trips, that's 1,400 cars coming to and leaving. So it's not 2,800 cars, 1,400. Anyway, 2,800 trips is the daily trip generation for the in and out, based on actual surveys of real nearby similar in and out projects. So there's no question about that figure. But the cumulative scenario, existing plus project plus cumulative, is the in and out 2,800 trips plus 23,000 trips from the other identified existing approved, future approved projects. So I don't like to use loaded language like deceitful or dishonest, because the interpersonal relationships we've had with Andrea, with Scott, have been generally very good, but it is dishonest for city staff and Caltrans to refer to the in and out impact when it's the in and out impact and 23,000 other trips. That said, if the planning commission approval is upheld, in and out will do everything it can to comply with all imposed conditions, even the ones I've called out as overreach. But the traffic related conditions will need to be revisited should they result in unresolvable obstacles to the project moving forward. One last thing. The December 11, 2023 Caltrans letter, which we got 2 days ago, asked the city to impose additional conditions on the project. Caltrans provides no quantification or even a reference to a traffic analysis to support the requested conditions. Seems like a wish list to me. In view of the project applicant's traffic analysis, Caltrans requested conditions are not legally supportable and can't lawfully be imposed on the project. Andrea made reference to that earlier in her presentation. One of them is obviously overreach. For conditions to be lawfully imposed by a project, on a project, by, say, the city of Buellton, there has to be two things. There has to be a nexus, meaning the project has to cause something. And there has to be rough proportionality. The conditions that the city is imposing on the project and the conditions that Caltrans wishes to impose on the project have very weak nexus, and they have no rough proportionality. Again, in and out traffic generation, 2,800 trips. All of these impacts, all of these mitigations are being determined based on existing traffic, plus in and out 2,800 trips, plus 23,000 additional trips identified in the cumulative traffic table. It's not fair. It's not honest. It shouldn't be happening. But we'll do our best. Should the project survive the appeal, we'll do our best to comply with those, because we always want to leave our communities better for us being there. In and out also, in referring to those 23,000 other trips, we don't begrudge those. We don't begrudge those approvals at all, right? Many of them, like the Commons at Zaca Creek, for example, those are very exciting projects. That project, though, was approved in 2017 or 2018. It's been so long between the approval and now
that it's had to be extended twice by planning commission. It was extended last in April of this year. Hopefully, they'll get whatever's in the way of them doing that project out of the way and they'll build it because it's exciting. But when you look closely at the traffic analysis for these projects, like the Commons at Zaca, it is clear and the mitigations that are being imposed on those projects, Commons at Zaca Creek, for example, are very simple. It's a contribution to the traffic impact fee fund and occasionally reference to a fair share, apportioned dollar amount for identified mitigation measures that they contribute to, not costs. Regarding the Caltrans letter, I've said that the Caltrans letter provides no quantification, which it doesn't. The conditions that they want to impose are not legally supportable. There's one thing in the Caltrans letter that really caught my attention. And it's, if you can pull out the Caltrans letter and look at it, it's the sentence that states, as we have commented, these state highways are already impacted by previously approved projects where meaningful mitigations were not included. Let that sink in. You have Caltrans in a letter to the city, asking the city to impose mitigation measures on In-N-Out Burger, not for the 2,800 trips that will come in and out of our site and then go work their way through the transportation system, but the existing traffic, 2,800 In-N-Out trips and 23,000 other trips. That's what the numbers show, and that's what the mitigation measures are based on. In-N-Out should only be asked to pay a proportional share amount for those, but that's not what the conditions say. We'll do our best if the project survives the appeal to comply with those conditions. But that sentence in the Caltrans letter, I'm going to read it again. As we have commented, these state highways are already impacted by previously approved projects where meaningful mitigation measures were not included. That sentence, buried in the rest of a letter that wants to require In-N-Out to essentially take care of its 2,800 traffic trips and 23,000 other future traffic trips and the existing traffic. Does that seem fair to you? Anyway, as I said, we hope that you will uphold the Planning Commission's approval. We would like to be a part of this community. We think that it will benefit the community. And we think the fact that we are willing to go along, to get along with these conditions that are currently part of the Planning Commission's approval, shows our commitment to go over and above what is legally supportable. So thank you very much. I'm available. Our traffic engineer, Giancarlo Gandini, is available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we will get into public comments for this. And that one you have already spoken. Carla, did you want to say anything else or?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then I will start off with AJ Tarman. And remember, like I said earlier, it is traditional here that we give each speaker 3 minutes. And try to stick to that because there's a whole bunch of us.
I'll be out of here in 2. Promise. A landmark decision. Which way, Buellton? A strong no for your fellow residents, please, on the proposed In-N-Out. The planning commissioner said this vote for will please no one. I don't think you'd care more for Sandinet Solvang people that want this In-N-Out, or the hundreds coming up 101 who will crowd our already D-rated intersection at McMurray and 101. Just vote no. We have our traffic problems. You hear me come up here every 2 weeks. I apologize for that, but I know Scott Wolf and all of you will get used to me and we're gonna solve her problems. You don't add to problems. So let's fix West Highway 246 and get a traffic enforcer before adding to problems. I love In and Out. All the people in the corner love In and Out. We just don't want our town ruined. I just got back from Santa Barbara today. I'm a native there and I could have cried. That town's been ruined by projects just like this. And I'll say this because I have business interests in Lompoc. I would make a suggestion that you Lompoc folks, wonderful people, I voted Goleta, Ventura, In and Out, but they have 14 dispensaries there. And those people have the munchies and they love it. God bless y'all. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. Okay, it's Vera, is it Vaughn? Okay, there you go. Said it better than I would have.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Planning Commission. Thank you, Carla. Wonderful presentation. I will be long because I'm not going to belabor what Carla has already said, but I'm going to add a couple things to it. One is crosswalks. Lots of people go to the other side both ways. The second thing I'll add, as the sheriff and the PD listen on, we have truckers that use Motel 6. They park on red lines, they park in front of bus stops. I just took a picture this afternoon, right in front of where the proposed in and out lanes will be. So now you're adding some impact there unless you solve already existing problem. Looking to the future, we have a senior center that's due to grow. We have hotels on an empty lot that will in the future impact. What are we going to do about that? McMurray can't go any wider. It's impossible. If you've driven down McMurray in the last week, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy going down McMurray. You have just created a new residential street called Vineyard Village Circle. Already the truckers come off of there. What about in the summertime when all the campers and trailers come off of 101 because now they can hit In and Out here, but there's no place to park. So they hit Vineyard Village Circle and they park there because they can, impacting more parking. Or they park in the already existing shopping center and walk over, which I've seen them do to McDonald's and they do to Jack in the Box because of already existing parking. So I ask you to consider at this time the present traffic problems and think about the future traffic problems that we could have. Last, I'll leave it with this. Buellton's a family city. Why not have In and Out burgers somewhere else in Buellton and a theater at the same time? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I'll bring up Sandy Lincoln.
Thank you, Mr. Mayors and City Council members for the opportunity to speak on this item. I'm going to read it as it was written. Yes, we're going to hear some of the same things, but like-minded people chose to live in this beautiful town, so we all think alike. As a resident of Vineyard Village that would be sharing the road with this restaurant every day, I am extremely concerned about the traffic that this restaurant will cause. McMurray Road is already a very busy thoroughfare for drive-through businesses and SYV residents and guests. McMurray is currently being occupied by numerous trucks, RVs, and tourists, which are parked in some cases illegally. The curbs are no longer red and are now an orange, confusing color without proper signage. With the influx of vehicles traveling this roadway, it will only get worse. The recent construction currently in work on McMurray shows that this thoroughfare was not developed for even the traffic it has now. Just ask any of those workers that are out there with the slow and stop, how they're being affected. Of special note in the letter recently received by Caltrans dated December 11th, 2023, item number 4 states, to the extent possible, condition the development that construction traffic arrive and departs utilizing the Demassa Road interchange and not the intersection of State Route 246 and McMurray Road. This statement is enough to tell you that this will not work. They are already encouraging people to use the Demassa Road and McMurray intersection. I don't know if you've traveled that recently, but it is an accident waiting to happen. There is no light and no one stops at that 4-way stop sign. I witnessed several vehicles just last night flying through there without stopping, and there is a large stop sign in the middle of the road reminding them to stop. All of this before the restaurant is even finished. In the second to last paragraph where it is stated a specific concern would be freeway ramps backing up and speed differentials that could result in severe rear end and other congestion related collisions. Further, if the project is approved and queuing related collisions, operational reliability is affected, Caltrans may consider closing eastbound State Route 246 left turn pocket at McMurray. This would cause this traffic to turn left into the Habit Starbucks parking lot and cut through McMurray. They're already doing that now. Okay, anybody coming from Solvang is cutting through that intersection through that parking lot right now. I can tell you it happens every day. I must wonder why the city planning office is disregarding the report from you as city staff that I quote in part, that the project will be detrimental to health, safety, comfort, convenience, and general welfare to the neighborhood, and the proposed uses will not be compatible with the surrounding areas. That alone should tell them that this is not the appropriate location for this restaurant.
Hey, Sandy, can you go ahead and wrap it up? We
Yep.
got a whole bunch more people.
Here we go. I urge you as mayor and the city council members to please consider the existing businesses and adjacent residents that you serve and revoke the city planning approval for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Rose Dieters. Is that correct? Dieters?
Right, you got it.
Correct.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members, planning commission. My name is Rose Dieters and I am a resident at Vineyard Village homes across the street. I just want to share with you a vision of my drive from my home to Albertsons midday yesterday, approximately around the lunch hour. I was leaving my home and needed to make a left turn from Vineyard Village Circle onto McMurray Road. In the intersection was a flagman directing oncoming traffic to merge into the southbound lane, McMurray Road, for construction on the Polo Village Apartments. With the new development coming into the area, this was an ongoing problem. There was one large big rig moving van parked in the red zone on McMurray Road between the bus stop and the intersection of Valley Vineyard Circle and McMurray Road. This is a red painted curb because I stood before the city council and fought to get that road red painted, which so did happen. So it was just a complete neglect, to Sandy's point, of the red curbs out there. This moving van caused a blind left turn onto McMurray Road because no one could see around the vehicle and you are into McMurray Road before you could make your left-hand turn. There were 5 or 6 cars in the left turn lane on McMurray Road waiting to turn left onto Highway 246. Behind them were 3 large Caltrans trucks. Another motorist was attempting to turn left out of the gas station onto McMurray, and another motorist heading north on McMurray was attempting to turn left into the Taco Bell. It was a very large cluster blocking the road at midday. If you add In-N-Out Burger to the situation, it would be extremely congested with possible traffic collisions, as was stated. If for any reason the left turn from Highway 246 onto McMurray Road, passage would be blocked, the traffic would be diverted to either cut through the traffic supply shopping plaza, as they do today, or exiting freeway traffic would need to exit at Devassa Road, or I don't know the name of the Buell Road yet, but same word, bringing more traffic and congestion to the route. Should Marriott hotel guests and Vineyard Villa residents have to wait in traffic lines from the in and out trying to get home, trying to get into the hotel to check in on time? Devassa Road is a 2-lane road with the northbound freeway on-ramp, and it is not a lit roadway. The McMurray intersection has a 4-way stop sign, and it's already hidden enough that motorists are blowing right through it daily. I recognize the economic benefits to the city of this development. However, this is not the right location. In-N-Out burger locations do consistently experience long traffic lines. Where do you expect the overflow traffic from the In-N-Out drive-through to go other than McMurray Road? I urge you to deny the project and vote in favor of the appeal.
Thank you. All right, Bob Graham Jr.
It's Graham, just.
Oh, Graham, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members for allowing me to talk this evening. We just respectively request that you deny the appeal because we've been in this town for a long time. And God bless you. Everybody all of a sudden wants a theater because the theater's closed. But you all had a chance to vote. And if there was a way we could have made any money, the theater would still be open. So at that point, something needs to go in that property. We brought probably the best first company that operates within the state of California. There isn't too many other cities in this state that are in your position, that are In-N-Out is literally begged throughout the state to come and build in their city because they want the property. And simply put, there's a reason your planning commission voted the way they did. They heard all the facts, and In-N-Out laid them out again. And this has been a long, tedious process. I wish City Attorney, Mr. Murphy, would show up at some of the planning commission meetings, because the planning staff and opens itself up to a lot of liability. When we have a city manager on record saying that they're incompetent and negligent, what's that tell you? It's very frustrating. To your decision, hopefully make the right one. Thank you for the time.
You. Zendora Fioris. Did I say that right?
It's Zandra.
Oh, Zandra.
It's okay.
This letter threw me off, the third
It's
one here.
a military family, so I write all caps, and it's like my worst nightmare half of my
Yeah,
life.
that third letter threw me off, sorry.
Sorry about that. Well, as you know, good evening. My name is Zandra Flores, and I'm here to share with you the elected leaders of Buellton, my In-N-Out Burger story. I've had the pleasure of coming to the Buellton Fall Festival these last 2 years to gain support from the Buellton community in favor of the new Buellton location. I'm from Atascadero, California, born and raised. Atascadero is a small town location, and everybody. In-N-Out was the place to go after community events like sports, school dances, and church. So when I turned 16, I applied at In-N-Out Burger because everyone in town already worked there. When I was hired, I was a 3-sport athlete at Atascadero High School, and I was a sophomore. I would get to school at 7:45 a.m., get out at 3, go straight into practice, and drive down the road to In-N-Out Burger to work my night shift.
Come senior year, I graduated athlete of the year, the only tri-female athlete in my year. I also graduated in the senior top 20 of my class with a GPA of 3.9. This time, 2019, I was 18, so my shifts changed and I was working full-time hours while going to school. I attended Cuesta College and received my AA in criminal justice and my NREMT license in hopes of becoming a firefighter for San Luis Obispo County, and continued to play college basketball with Cuesta and was transferring out. At this time, I lived in San Luis Obispo, paying $1,800 a month for rent, and my shifts were changed to day shifts thanks to In-N-Out's flexibility of my schedule. After receiving my degree, I realized that I'd be paid less than a level 4 at In-N-Out Burger, being a first responder, and decided I should continue with the job I've loved since I was 16. So I went into management for In-N-Out Burger in 2021, and I've loved it since. If you could ask me what my dream job would be in any portion of my life, I would tell you I want to be a coach. Right now, as an In-N-Out manager, I'm coaching kids every day, not only to serve the customer, but also coaching life skills to help them succeed in today's society. I'm the first generation in my family to have a degree, first person to go to college, and also have a driver's license at 15 and a half. But most importantly to me, I'm the first person in my family to beat teen pregnancy. Without In-N-Out Burger, I do not believe that this would be possible. Now, help create a flexible schedule to be able to achieve the things I needed to. It taught me life responsibilities. It offered myself and friends jobs and a safe place to hang out. And overall, In-N-Out has shaped me into a person. In-N-Out has done so much for me, and the best of all, as of July 27, I'm engaged to be married to my best friend, whom I met at In-N-Out Burger. I am presently a third manager at In-N-Out in Aurora Grande, which means I'm only 2 promotions away from first manager position with my own store to manage. This is my In-N-Out story, and Eyes on the Floor has encouraged you all to support the In-N-Out Burger project in Buellton. Who knows, maybe Buellton In-N-Out will help one of your sons, maybe your granddaughters or grandsons one day to have their own In-N-Out success story. I couldn't ask for anything more in my life, but for In-N-Out, and I'm very thankful. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
John Mead.
How many more of those we got?
Hello, John Mead, 559 Monticello Lane. As you probably gathered, I'm the husband of the appellant. I'm so proud of you for taking this on, Carla. As such, you can probably gather that we're against the In-N-Out proposal in this location. It has nothing to do with In-N-Out in general, and it has nothing to do with In-N-Out in Buellton. If the site was 1,000 yards up the road, I wouldn't have really any concerns. Traffic is obviously my primary concern here. And the analysis and reports that we've seen have backed up my concern. And perhaps it's naive, but I trust the recommendations and conclusions of Caltrans and our own city staff. For those that don't ever drive on McMurray, this may seem like not a big deal. But for those of us that live at Vineyard Village, it is the only road we can take to get out of our complex. It is the only connection to the rest of Buellton and the rest of anywhere. I actually didn't realize until tonight that In-N-Out would be open until 1 or 1:30 a.m. And seeing as most of the valley shuts down at 11 or sooner, it just furthers the notion that this will be catering more to people just coming off the highway, driving through, which to me just adds to this kind of truck stop feel of that area. McMurray Road is not just an off-ramp, it's our neighborhood. We live there, and this just isn't the kind of change that I would like to see in our neighborhood. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Tom Davidson.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Tom Davidson. I am the real estate executive involved in this project. I have to say I've been very frustrated. It's 2.5 years. I'm not sure that of course, I've only been doing this for 30 years, but I'm not sure that I've seen a project handled this way. Just seems like there's a blatant bias on staff against this project. It'd be one thing if In-N-Out was treated the same as other projects here, but they have not been. It is brought out. Somewhere hidden in this is the fact that the In-N-Out traffic doesn't cause nearly the problems. Even tonight, the city's
Mr. Poole obviously knows his business, but doesn't address at all the fact, he did allude to the fact that, yeah, there's a cumulative issues here, and so all these other projects, many of which have not been built, were approved, and if they did have impacts, which now cumulatively affect things, why weren't they assessed mitigation fee? Maybe city staff forgot, like they did with the Chumash. I don't know, it doesn't make any sense to me. And so now at the end, In-N-Out's expected to pay for all of these mitigation fees, when in fact they have a minor contribution to this. So the appellant suggests that I'm using fear factors. Every one of the people that come up here use traffic as a fear factor, but the fact of the matter is that if you deny this, you are sending a message out to the world that this site is a problem. And any other site that has any kind of traffic is going to add to this cumulative issue. And I don't know who you're going to find, and I, as a real estate agent, I don't know who I could present this to that's going to be a better fit and a better company than In-N-Out, one of the most respected companies in the country. So if you think somebody else is going to want to come in here and spend 2 years going through this process, and at the end, are they going to have the wherewithal to go through with funding all of the mitigation factors? I don't think so. And so what do I recommend to the Grant family if you say no? Maybe the approach is to put another low-income housing project here, maximize the units, minimize the parking, do it in such that you have to approve it and have no recourse. I don't know what else to tell these people. I just think you need to do the right thing. This is a great company. They're going to create 100 jobs. The lady who just came up here, the assistant manager, she didn't mention the fact that at the point that you become one of the top managers, the managers in these stores make $150,000, $160,000 a year. They start at $21 an hour. They didn't need Newsom to tell them to pay good starting wage. So as she said, if you're a high school kid and start working at 21 bucks an hour with a goal of maybe 8-9 years down the road making $150,000, that's a pretty good career path. I hope you guys do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let us hear from Kathy Breland.
Good evening, Mayor King and members of the council. Kathy Breland, I'm representing the Buellton Chamber of Commerce this evening. On behalf of the Buellton Chamber of Commerce, I would like to express our support for In-N-Out and ask the council to deny the appeal before you tonight. Welcoming businesses into our community and helping them thrive is what we do as a Chamber of Commerce. When we attract a business such as In-N-Out that provides jobs, contributes to our tax base, and attracts people from near and far, then we've found a great partner for our community. Any business, if successful, is going to generate traffic. Otherwise, it gets boarded up and becomes an eyesore in the community. The idea that traffic is a bad thing does not make sense to any business owner. They need traffic to survive, and a community needs successful businesses to survive. Otherwise, the city loses its financial stability to provide services, infrastructure, and amenities that we enjoy as residents. We feel Buellton has maintained a reputation of being a business-friendly community and one that is easy to work with. Our hope is to continue to maintain these standards as we welcome businesses and development into our community. Communities and cities across the globe continue to evolve, and Buellton is no different. This isn't a bad thing, but rather an opportunity to evaluate our infrastructure, including the highways, and plan for that evolution. We believe In-N-Out has gone above and beyond to accept the conditions and address the concerns brought forward by the Planning Commission to obtain their approval. We strongly urge you to deny the appeal and allow In-N-Out to move forward with their project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Jarrett Gran. Said it right that time.
Yep.
With two Ts.
Thank you for this opportunity to address the city council. My name is Jared Graham and I live in San Luis Obispo. I'm here with my brother and we both represent.
I'm trying to get Scott. There you go. Thanks. There's a lot of us.
My brother.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
That's okay. My brother and I both represent my mother, Diane Graham, who actually owns the property, formerly known as the Parks Plaza Theater. We support it and out, and we urge the city council to uphold the planning commission's decision to approve the conditional use permit and deny the pending appeal. We support In and Out for several reasons. They run an excellent business. They treat their employees well, and they serve the community and the community that they serve well. They're active in charity work as described by Jim. Their two foundations involve local students in field trips and give them prizes as incentives for good work in school. The Buellton location has advantages over other nearby In and Out Central Coast locations. It's a larger site. It's located in between off-ramps rather than right next to one or right next to an intersection, such as in Santa Maria or Atascadero and Orcolita, and they have designed it to handle more cars in the drive-through than these other locations. In fact, double. Goleta, I believe, was 10, Santa Maria, I believe, was 10. Given their 400 locations and their 75 years in business, they are experts in the field of traffic engineering and management. It is to their economic advantage to have it make their guests' experience as efficient as possible, which includes the ease of coming and going to their location. My family purchased Parks Plaza Theater back in the 1990s. My dad loved that theater, and he loved this area. He chose this area as his final resting place. He's buried in Oak Hill Cemetery in Ballard, along with other family members. He bought the entire family burial plots there. He loved this area so much. He also loved In and Out. He loved their menu. He loved the simplicity of the menu. He loved the hustle and customer service they gave. When I was in college, he wouldn't visit me at my campus. We would meet nearby In and Out so that we could share a meal. I would also like to briefly comment on this entire process regarding this conditional use permit. I'm not a planner, I'm not a developer. I'm just an outside observer, interested, still an outside observer. And I have found this process to be interesting, but that's not the right word. Disappointing is probably a better word. The lack of communication, the amount of misinformation and misdirection, the delays, they've been incredible. I think it's been unprofessional and disingenuous. Let me close by saying, my brother and I and my mom, we're proud to be Summons In and Out. My dad would be proud that we're Summons In and Out. And Buellton should be proud to have In and Out to be part of their community. Please uphold the Planning Commission's 2 prior decisions to approve this project.
Thank you. Greg Jenkins.
Greg Jenkins, 557 Monticello Lane in Buellton. And I just want to reiterate, well, first say thank you for letting me speak tonight, but I just wanted to reiterate that another drive-through restaurant would be 6 within 500 yards of the intersection of McMurray and 246. And so you would have Carl's Jr., The Habit, Starbucks, Taco Bell, McDonald's, and then so I'm just thinking about that, the situation we would be creating and how that would have an impact on the traffic. And that's really my major concern, is that we would be planning and something for more cars and creating more traffic gridlock than we would be planning for pedestrians. And Buellton has such a great feel, that intersection of McMurray Road and 246. Lots of people getting out and walking, But with all the drive-through restaurants there, that's gonna, I think, impact pedestrians walking back and forth. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and last but not least, Lisa Krompatsky, Lisa Krompatsky. Did I say that right?
And Mr. Mayor, it looks like we have a couple online, possibly a couple online that would like to speak.
Okay, I'll go to that right after. So that you are not the last then, sorry.
I'm Lisa Krompatsky and I live in Vineyard Village at 553 Oakville Drive. Thank you for letting me speak. Instead of starting with a comment, I have a question. And my question is, why is the town of Buellton focusing all this development on one street? Because it's my understanding Avenue of the Flags has big plans to become Art Deco and attract visitors, but I'm just curious why all these new projects are not directed on Avenue of the Flags. So something is kind of makes me curious about why. Like how many businesses and residences do we need to cram off of one street?
I can't answer that if you'd like me to.
Sure.
The hotels, the project that's there now, that was a nine acres, correct, John? I think it was 9 acres, was a dirt lot for a long time. Where the condominiums are now, that was approved on one project. The other one, there were supposed to be 2 hotels. One was upper scale, and the other one was kind of a boutique hotel. So now those have already been entitled. So those projects that are coming in there were entitled already. There was a huge delay. The commercial area, that was approved when the property was sold, and that was put in many years ago. As those of us that have lived here a long time were put in on that same parcel. Now, the one that is north of that is an SB 35 project. So that is going to be a low-income project. It is basically mandated by the state of California that we approve those projects ministerially. So we could not basically say, we don't think this is a good idea, we're not going to put it in. So the state now has come down with several different programs, SB 330, SB 35. These are basically mandatory projects for cities to install and allowed to be developed low income projects. So hopefully that's the answer to that.
Sort of. So what is happening with Avenue of the Flags? Like, why is not any of this building, these meetings being directed that direction?
The property has to be purchased by someone, and then that if they want to redevelop that piece of property, that would happen. You can't force people to get out, say the motels. You can't say to somebody, oh, well, we want to put something here, so you're privately owned business, you have to get out. That's not within the purview of this council or any other government agency, unless it is a project that we're going to do. What do we call it, Scott? Eminent domain. Sorry, that slipped my mind for a second. Eminent domain, and that would be for the good of the community. But we don't have any reason to force people to get out on Avenue of Flags. There are people that are now trying to develop some things on Avenue of Flags, but it doesn't happen overnight.
Okay. I have a question, and my last question is, has In-N-Out considered the location that's off of Santa Rosa? It seems to me, logically speaking, it's easy access from in front of mine going north and then getting back on the freeway. And where that old barn is.
I understand what you're talking about. Yes, I know. Right.
That doesn't impact residences, senior living, state funded housing, visitors. And I'm just curious if the city of Buellton is considering developing that area that isn't going to infringe on other people's well-being.
Right. Once again, we can't force a private business like In-N-Out and say, you need to build over here. That's once again not in our purview.
So I just didn't know if there was any consideration, if there's any opportunity I don't care for an In-N-Out burger. I respect the business, but we have the habit, we have, a bunch of other fast food restaurants. but
Right.
Why, how is that gonna benefit me being a resident in that area? If I don't like the food and I don't want the traffic and I don't want.
Well,
people coming
that would be a question for a different meeting. Yeah, no.
As a resident, I don't see the benefit of that when it seems like there's other opportunities to locate within the city of Buellton.
Right. Okay. Well, gonna have to wrap it up.
Thank you.
And we do have some people that are online. Thank you for that input.
I have a Sarah Dasco online. Are you looking to address the city council? Sarah. Oh, just listening in. Okay. I did have one other person who was here earlier, just asked a question of the council. I'll read the question. I don't know. There probably isn't an answer to this, but at least you'll understand where this person was coming from before he had to leave. This is from Justin. My question is whether the city has made any inquiries with the sheriff's department and or the CHP as to how many driving under the influence arrests are made annually at the Goleta and Santa Maria In-N-Out locations. If I were on the city council, I would want this information as it may be predictive as to what public safety impacts would be for a Buellton location. Sorry, I wanted to stick around for the public comment, but I have kids to put to bed. Justin Green, Buellton resident. I can't answer that, and we have not asked for that information. It's not typically information that we would look at. The sheriff's department, if they had a concern about that, would raise that comment when they reviewed the plans and the application, and that was not something, to my knowledge, that was a concern brought up by the sheriff's department. Is that?
That's correct. I can address it.
Please.
Good evening again. We don't have stats specific to that intersection, but we could gather them if we were to do a 1-year study, say once the intersection of the plans are approved, we can put something like that into effect. But I believe this year we are right around 48 DUIs in the area. I would have to double check that, but that would be a rough approximation of where we are standing, but it's not attributed to one single business, if that makes sense. That's just the moment of the DUI enforcement. But we can get those actual stats and get them to the city manager so they could be published for review.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Anyone else, Scott? No. All right, I am going to close public hearing. And I am going to go back to staff for their response.
Andrea, would you like to?
If the council has specific questions of me, that you'd like me to respond to in any of the public comments, I'm happy to do so, or Scott as well.
I've got some last minute, anything from Greg? Okay. I'd just like to clear up a couple of matters here, and we can go into as much detail on this as you would like. First of all, I'd like to say I do have personal experience working with In-N-Out. From the development standpoint, they are a great company. They are great to work with. They provide tremendous benefits to the community that they're in. Those benefits go beyond just the revenues that they bring to the city. So I as a city manager looking for a business to locate in Buellton that would be a benefit to the city overall, In-N-Out is at the top of my list. It has been since I've got here. That being said, our staff recommendation has been discussed ad nauseum this evening, has been for the Planning Commission to deny this project. And this, I'm sorry. Well, initially the recommendation was for the Planning Commission to deny the project. I can tell you that staff recommendation was not based on any kind of personal desires or biases. That staff recommendation was based solely upon the city planning staff and myself living up to our professional obligations as city staff to provide our decision makers with accurate information as best as we can provide it. There's all sorts of information out there that may not be quantifiable. There's information that's hearsay. There's information that is unsubstantiated. We try as best possible to provide the city council and the planning commission with information which is quantifiable. In this case, the issue primarily deals with traffic. And as was stated by Mr. Poole earlier, the traffic concerns that have been raised based upon the numbers provided to the city by In-N-Out's traffic consultant. So we're not coming up with our own numbers for this. We're using in and outs numbers. And I will note, it's not infrequent in development projects like this where there is some controversy to see the city's traffic consultant disagree with an applicant's traffic consultant. That's pretty typical. What's atypical is that in this case, you've got the city's traffic consultant disagreeing with the applicant's traffic consultant, but the applicant's traffic consultant is still showing with their numbers an impact to our traffic system, which would exceed the general plan's limit of level of service C or better. Now it's up to the city council. You have complete discretion. You are the policy makers. If you want to say we're willing to accept level of service D in this location, that's within your purview to do. Our recommendation, though, is based upon city policy as we understand it, which draws from the city's municipal code, the city's general plan, our design guidelines, and our general experience we have working with you and the Planning Commission to determine what city policy actually is. I will note that the City Planning Commission is not expected to be a rubber stamp for city staff. We make our recommendations to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission does not have to agree with those recommendations. The Planning Commission can take those recommendations and disregard them if they would like. And that's what's been done here. The Planning Commission's role is to take the information that staff gives the commission, much as the city council does, and apply some interpretation to that, or I would refer to it informally as wisdom to our data and determine whether or not this is an appropriate decision to make. So I won't sit here and not comment on the fact that our Planning Commission did something wrong by not abiding by staff's recommendation. That's not their role. Their role is to take our recommendation and then decide what to do with it. I want to address a couple of issues here with regard to the mitigation measures that have been discussed this evening. There has been no deceit involved in any of our recommendations. Mr. Poole can doubtlessly explain this much better than I, but I'll use his analogy that he's given to us to describe what's going on, because it's much better than anything I could have come up with. Our traffic system on McMurray and Highway 246 is as good as it's going to get. There is no more room for physical improvements after we widen the intersection at McMurray and 246, which we're in the process of doing right now. That being said, there are only a certain number of vehicles at any given time that can be expected to move up and down that that before it becomes a problem. What we've seen up until the in and out application is all of the prior applications have come in and have been analyzed based upon our city's general plan. And the traffic models have all indicated that prior to in and out coming in here, all of the traffic combined would fit within that corridor and at that intersection.
That's a blatant lie.
Excuse me.
I can eject you out of this council if you speak again.
At the time that the in and out project is put into this as the cumulative impact plus project, that those impacts exceed level of service C. They go to level of service D. The way Mr. Poole would describe this is what we've got, the capacity for that roadway and that intersection are like a bucket. And the traffic that fills that intersection is like water in the bucket. With all the projects lined up prior to in and outs application coming in, and what the general plan shows, that bucket is full. Now we're removing a movie theater and we're adding a use that has a lot more traffic than the movie theater did during certain peak hours. It is the equivalent to someone taking that full bucket of water and dumping another cup of water into it. That water has to go somewhere. Well, where that water goes, that traffic goes, are our intersections, and that drives it above level of service C. Now, the city council, as I mentioned, is more than, it's absolutely within your purview to say we're willing to accept a level of service D. That will become the new city policy. That's your decision. But our recommendation up to this point, based on the traffic studies that have been provided based upon the analysis that was done by our traffic engineer and the advice given to him or given to us by him, is that that's the situation. Now, addressing the cost of mitigation. The reason that we have proposed to have In-N-Out bear the burden for the cost of these new improvements is because we have capital improvement projects that have been done over the years to pay for all of the improvements or to construct all of the improvements that were done up to this point. All of the funding that was used for that didn't come from the general fund, came from traffic mitigation fees. And those mitigation fees were established based upon based upon a capital improvement program that said, in order to accommodate the ultimate traffic flow we're going to have here, we need to construct X, Y, and Z improvements. It's going to cost this amount of money. We will collect funds from all the developments as they come in. The projects that have been entitled already are already slated to pay those impact fees. What's happened here is In-N-Out's come in with a project above and beyond that's going to require new mitigation beyond that to hopefully mitigate this. Although there is no quantification that indicates it would mitigate it. We're saying if you're going to approve it, let's get what we can out of this. And because the impacts are there and they are the tipping point is the In-N-Out project. We have suggested In-N-Out construct those and be reimbursed by future projects coming in. Now, there are future projects likely to come in. As was mentioned, the Commons project has already been tagged for payment of mitigation fees. But if that project expires and a new project comes in behind In-N-Out, they will share in the burden of any improvements that come through. Likewise, any other, if the hotel projects don't get built and a new project comes in behind that, they will share in the pro rata costs of that. The city council is also free to say, we think that's excessive. We want the In-N-Out project to only pay the calculated fair share. That's within your purview as well. We've given you the recommendation that we've come up with because we know that the costs of these improvements should be borne by the development community and not by the city up front. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you've got. Yes.
Yes, John, go ahead. How much mitigation fees have we collected for McMurray Road?
Oh, I have no idea.
So the projects that are coming in, the hotels, everything, they've all paid mitigation?
No, they're required to pay mitigation fees when they come in. When they come in for building permits, they're required to pay those fees. We can't change those fees now because they already have an entitlement in their hand. If those entitlements expire and a new one comes in, then we can tag that additional cost onto the new development that comes in.
So if one of these developments expires, then we don't have the mitigation fees.
If one of those developments expires, we will get that mitigation fee from the next project that comes through.
If another project.
If another project comes through.
If no one does another project, then we don't have any mitigation fees for that street.
Well, the work for mitigating all of those impacts has been, with the exception of the widening at McMurray and 246, has been done already. There's nothing more that we can do in this stretch because there's no more right of way to take up.
We haven't collected any money from anybody for it.
We've collected money from projects going back
Vineyard, they paid a mitigation fee.
All the projects that have been built since the capital improvement program came online, and Rose may know better than I don't know when that started, but yes.
And the new one that's doing the construction is paid a mitigation fee as well.
Which one is that?
The new development that's across from Marriott that they're.
Oh, the housing project? No, I don't believe that one has, I don't believe we're allowed to charge mitigation fees for that. That's a state mandate.
They're the ones that are costing construction, putting in a new sewer right now.
That's correct.
They pay nothing.
They pay nothing to traffic mitigation. That's correct. The state has exempted affordable housing projects from the payment of those fees.
It's an SB 35 project.
Yep.
Right. But that would make everyone else pay more. If you plan by the acre.
I am absolutely not going to dispute that at all. That's true.
Right. And that's fair.
I'm not telling you it's fair. I'm telling you it's
We're up
true.
against talking about mitigation fees and
Right.
and requiring all this, but we got nobody paid anything, and we got one that's coming.
That's not a correct statement either. We have one project that hasn't paid anything. The townhomes project paid, what is the name of the Crossroads Center has paid. Anything that's been built in the last 25, 30 years has paid into that project fund.
Okay, but anything future is no.
Well, the hotels, if they build, they will pay that fee. And the commons, should they build, they will pay that fee. And anything that comes by, if the Chumash Resource Center were to close up and they tear it down and build something else, they would then contribute to the new fund that would be created to address new impacts.
Thank you.
Right. Lisa?
No questions?
What's it? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and I will come back to us for deliberation, discuss this amongst us. If you have anything that you'd like to discuss prior to going to a decision. Hudson?
Well, I want to thank everybody for coming out. I want to thank everybody who wrote letters. I want to thank the appellant and the developer. I know it's a long road. I know that even to appeal on a project is a lot, and I know all the public coming, standing and speaking is a lot. I see a lot of problems with In and Out coming in that location. I think it's fair to say that everybody is a fan of In and Out, and everybody would like to see In and Out in Buellton. I think that there are probably other locations that would better serve In and Out in the community than that specific location. I think that it's telling that everybody that spoke for the project has a financial interest in the project. And we heard a lot from the public, from people who have no vested interest except from living here. Caltrans wrote not one, but 2 letters expressing concern about how this project, even with mitigation measures, could negatively impact residents and businesses. Key there being businesses. And I can't help but visualize if that left pocket turn lane is closed, the traffic gridlock that would occur. And even if the lights are synced and it's a green light, green arrow, if that In and Out backs up, as we see happen through In and Outs throughout the state, you will have a gridlock situation there. And that will be bad on a day-to-day basis. But on top of that, we also have times when the 154 is closed because of whatever emergency happens, and we have traffic throughout the whole valley coming through that intersection. And if we were to experience something like that, especially with the left-hand turn lane closed, it would just be a traffic nightmare. We had our own independent traffic consultant speak against this project. Our staff recommended denying it. The sheriff has written a letter denying it. I'm looking at the findings we're supposed to make for a conditional use permit, and I can't make them. I cannot say that this site for the project is adequate in size, shape, location, and physical characteristics. I can't say that the project will not be detrimental to health, safety, and comfort, convenience, and general welfare of the neighborhood, and it's going to go in. We just recently approved red striping by Vineyard Village because we have semi trucks parking there and people parking there, and it's already an issue. I think it belies common sense to say that adding In and Out to this location would not further aggravate that issue. I think that's about all I want to say about that.
I'm going last. What?
We should have nothing.
Yeah, no, I have.
Oh, yeah.
You want to go?
No, I'd like
Alicia, go ahead.
So I am stuck on the idea that we already have a traffic issue on McMurray. It already exists. We have already created it. I can't foresee any entity coming in and not facing the same problem. In and Out maybe at their peak hour worse than another developer, but I don't understand how we can say that anything else would be different. We already have the problem. We already need to own it. It already exists. So to be the city that pushes out good business for a problem that already exists doesn't make sense to me. And I understand that there are a lot of people here that are impacted because they are very close to the location. And I understand that nobody really wants a big commercial space next to their residence. But that's just the nature of the zoning for that location. If it were different, if it were in my neighborhood, I am sure I would feel the exact same way, even if it was zoned commercial, just because it's the nature of proximity and you're putting a residential next to commercial. And that's a hard pill to swallow. But I went and met with a number of people in my zone, in my area, and the support for In-N-Out and the support for not having an empty vacant building and lot was overwhelming. I think that sometimes unless people feel extremely strongly about something, they don't come to speak. So we miss hearing a lot of the public voice locally without going out and kind of doing that survey or that research and talking to people, you know, within other areas outside of the immediately directly impacted area. And I don't see In-N-Out being any different than another applicant will be in the same situation. And I don't see how we can tell another applicant that they're fine, but In-N-Out is not. I mean, even the movie theater would be pretty much the same at their peak hour. If they have 4 or so movies going on at the same time, how many people sit in a movie theater? How many people are coming in? How many people are dropping kids off and picking them up? I mean, I remember when I was young, it was just as busy in and out of that movie theater. So I just don't understand as a city how we're going to tell another applicant they're okay, but In-N-Out is not.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Well, I think that a lot of the public opinion comes, like if you talk to somebody, do you like In-N-Out? Yes, I do. Do you want In-N-Out in Buellton? Yes, I do. Do they see the traffic implications of this particular In-N-Out at this location? Maybe they don't.
So, but I disagree
Well,
with the
you
traffic implications is, I think, the thing.
Okay, so I was just gonna finish my comment, which was, we did have a movie theater here. We didn't have Caltrans writing letters. We didn't have the sheriff writing letters. We didn't have our own staff denying or recommending denial of the project. So I think that there is something unique about In-N-Out, and that is what makes it a great place to go eat. But I think it is also something that drives a lot of traffic concern.
And to your point, I've never seen 1,400 cars at that movie theater. Yes, sir. Anything else?
No, okay.
Go ahead, John.
Right. Well, I was having fun today writing all kinds of notes and I came in with at first I didn't think that it should be protested, and I thought that our planning commission worked on this and they worked hard to, you know, they had an idea, they came up 3-2. So that was what happened. And if it would have gone the other day or the other way, if it would have gone 2-3, we would have still been here, but we would have been having the In-N-Out in the position of the complaint. So this is a good exercise, and we got to view a lot of things and a lot of concerns. But one of my, you know, I'm pro-business, and I've always been pro-business. I'm not afraid of traffic. It was been pointed out, 101 or 154 closes, and we've got more traffic. Highway 1 closes, we got a ton more traffic. We've got, you know, Danish days, we have more traffic. There's a parade, we have more traffic. Everybody walks through it, everybody handles it. Nobody, you know, everybody remembers the truck that blocked in front of Mobile and they stopped for one cycle and then drive through. And the thought that there's going to be 100 cars at a time, all decide to have lunch at the same time and all get off at the same time, when they were just 30 minutes from the last In-N-Out and 30 minutes from the next In-N-Out. It's not like, you know, it's not like we're trying to support colleges. You know, Santa Barbara has colleges, they have industrial areas, they have millions, even if not millions, they have whatever, 150,000 or two, whatever down there. All of the people go to lunch at the same time. You have San Marcos High, you have the jail, you have whatever, county buildings, all of that is in the same intersection. And then everybody complains that there's, they have to stop by the Shell station because there was an extra car in the street. I went in there the other day and I used my phone. I took a picture when I got there. I took a picture when I left, and it was 11 minutes and I had a burger. So everybody, it's not gonna harm everybody. The people have jumped through every hoop we've given them. They came back and forth. They were throwing a couple curveballs. They handled it. They came back. We have a family that supported this, that supported the community. Part of the Grands have been here. I used to work in the water department. I dealt with Mr. Grand, and so we know the family. We know that. And as far as the developers, I think Tom one day showed up to ask about building houses or building businesses on Industrial Way, and we all thought he was crazy. So there's a lot of history here, and there's a lot of people that are part of Buellton that are helping us out, and there's a lot of people that want. And as far as you look at the map, I apologize for people that bought a house 100 feet from a freeway. Everybody knew the freeway was there. McMurray Road is the financial hub or the engine of the community. That's where the cars are coming. That's where the people are buying stuff. That's where we're going to stop and get gas, and that's where they're going to go. It's going to be a cluster. The first few weeks or months or whatever, everybody will get used to it, and they'll stop half an hour earlier or half an hour later. All the people we're worried about, and the rest of the people that are coming are going to be all the people that Alicia talked to, all the people that I've talked to, the 500 signatures, the 13-year-old that signed a petition. Everybody who wants, from San Ynez to Lompoc, or all want this. And I apologize in advance for so somebody wanted to live next to the freeway. We didn't want those houses either. They blocked the view of people that were here since the 60s. And then all of a sudden there's, there they are. They came in and it's there. Things change. And I just think that's my thoughts on it.
Thank you. All right. So
I would like to say one more thing if we're done with deliberating.
I am going to say something myself, but go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I would wait for you to speak, but if we do this, if we go ahead and approve this project, if we deny the appeal and approve the project, we are taking a situation where we have Polo Village Apartments, Garden View Apartments coming in, 2 more housing developments coming in an already crowded intersection. And we are slamming 2,800 trips a day. And I know there's a one-off traffic. Everybody had the one-off traffic for, when there's an emergency or truck breaks down, but we're just increasing likelihood of that happening. It's same at the intersection between 246 and McMurray is already a bad intersection. It's already tough. And with all 3 of those housing developments going in and out, it is going to be a bad intersection. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
I think that we need to look at mitigation, and I think that there are ways of diverting traffic and fixing lights and doing these types of mitigation efforts that would positively or reduce the negative impact.
Okay. So back in 2008, when I first ran for city council, I told myself that I would not be beholding to any group or business or any tax, and then I would sit on this dais and I would determine things based on the best interest of everybody that lives here, and not just a small group, not any business. So having that into consideration, if any of you have ever been to an In-N-Out at 12 o'clock, which I was at today, and I'm going to tell you right now, I love In-N-Out. Have great burgers, double fries, something to drink. It's great. Okay. There were 20 cars in the queue. And then whenever another car went through the drive at the window, there was another car behind that one. So there was a constant flow of 20 cars in that queue. I have been to many In-N-Outs all over California, Arizona, and generally speaking, they always have cars out on the street. that are not associated with that property, thereby taking up the public access to that road because of that business. I took a picture down in San Diego and sent it to our planning director, and there was 15 cars in the number 2 lane of live traffic that was owned by the public that were denied access to that road because there were cars trying to get into the in and out. The one down in Camarillo goes to the middle of a parking lot, if any of you have been to that one. That queue goes all the way through that parking lot, and if you are parked there in that parking lot, you have to depend on the courtesy of someone that is in that queue that is going to stop and let you back out of the parking space that you are trapped in by the queue. So there's over 200 pages that I read of this. I would like to thank staff for giving us a 400-page report for me to read. It was larger than an Ernest Hemingway novel. There's a lot of technical information in there. There are pages that have come out from the applicant. There were pages that were come from the appellant. There were traffic studies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I've lived here for 20 years, and I have seen in the last 5 years, and all of you that do live here in this town know that what Mr. Hornick is talking about is the intersection at 246 and McMurray has become increasingly more difficult to traverse. The traffic backs up. I have actually had to sit through 2 cycles of a traffic light, which in my opinion is unacceptable. Now, let's go to the off-ramp northbound US 101. Northbound US 101 off-ramp. Now, I took my truck. My truck is a little bit longer than most cars. However, the average car length is about 12 or 13 feet. There's room from that northbound off-ramp for 6 cars between the ramp and McMurray's left-hand turn lane. Not to mention the fact that if the traffic is backed up on that intersection through the northbound on-ramp or off-ramp, I should say, people from the northbound off-ramp cannot even get on to the 246 because they're trapped by cars that are backed up at the traffic light at McMurray and the 246 on the westbound side. Now, what does that do? That backs up traffic on the ramp. So now we're talking about 1,400 cars associated with this project, 1,400. In my estimation, that's probably a third, maybe even half of all the cars in the city of Buellton. There's only 5,000 of us here, and I don't think the kids are driving cars yet. So you're talking about 1,400 cars associated with this project. You think about that. Half of all the cars in the city are going to get off the freeway or drive through town or come from town and go to In-N-Out to get something to eat at noon or from 11 or 10:30 in the morning till 1 o'clock in the morning. So there was talk about having a queuing device. So what is that queuing in my mind? Now, see, I've read all these documents and I've milled this around in my head. And trust me, at 9 ways from Sunday, I thought, can we figure this out? Can we make it happen? I love In-N-Out. I'm not going to deny that 1 second. But even if we have that queuing device in the off-ramp, let's say there's 70 cars on that ramp. So the light says, hey, there's a queuing all the way down to the bottom of this ramp. So what is that queuing going to do, as described to us by the Caltrans representative? It's going to turn the light green, so it will dump all of those cars on the 246 at McMurray. It will turn the light green for the left-hand turn to northbound McMurray, and the 2 through lanes. That light will also turn green in order to, what his words, flush that ramp. So what does that do? Everybody else has to wait until all those cars are off of that ramp before they can proceed and the light turns green for them, for this one project. Now, Caltrans has said, hey, if it gets to the point where it's screwing up our traffic coming off the ramp, going to that left turn lane, making a left turn and going up northbound McMurray, we might take that left-hand turn lane, as Mr. Hornick pointed out. And as some of you have come up here and said, yeah, what is that going to do? That means everybody has to go through that intersection and they cannot make a left-hand turn. So those of you who live in I always screw this up, Vineyard Village Townhomes. You can't make a left-hand turn if you are coming westbound on that road to go to your house, right? You have to go down the street, and you have to find some place where you can turn in. And I don't know if you have had this experience like I've had. If you are in the left turn lane to turn into Albertsons and somebody wants to go into Starbucks, somebody pulls in that left turn lane before you can get to the driveway that goes into Albertsons, and now both of you are face to face, stuck in the left turn lane. Now, do you don't think that is going to increase if we have this project go through and the left-hand turn lane is taken out? So everybody has to find themselves a way to go down the road, go into a driveway, chicane themselves through that, in my opinion, poorly designed driveway at the Tractor Supply, stack up cars all the way through that driveway up to McMurray, and then have to fight with people that are trying to go northbound to go to this project. So now they have to wait, and now they have effectively stacked up all the traffic in that Tractor Supply parking lot. And then what happens? The people that are already in there, like I said, the one at Camarillo, that are parked there, that queue has trapped them unless somebody can move forward, backwards, or wait till someone pulls forward and they are courteous enough to let you come out of that parking spot. I wish that this particular location and this particular spot were viable for a project to go in there. But every way that I have looked at this will make an absolute disastrous mess out of the traffic on the 246 at McMurray. As it stands now, most of us have seen within the past 5 years, the traffic has increased on the 154. And as you come through the 154, if you come out from where I am, I'm over on Ballard Canyon, and you come to that intersection at 4:30 to about 6 o'clock in the afternoon, traffic stacks up all the way through that intersection. So the increase of 1,400 more cars driving off the ramp from northbound or southbound, intersecting into this area, if you think that that's not going to have a traffic effect that is adverse to our general plan, which we as council members have been elected to abide by our general plan. And if our traffic is to be in the C rather than the D, it's our responsibility to make sure that we do not affect that to the point where we have degraded the quality of life of the people that live here. I love In-N-Out. But to your point, if it was in your neighborhood, like the people here that have complained about this, you probably wouldn't want it either.
I agree with like 90% of what you said. My question just is, and it's not so much for this situation, but we have a reputation as a city of being very difficult for developers to develop in. I've talked to many developers and that's just what they say. I'm not, saying that it's our processes. It's definitely not the people. The people are great. I don't know what it is, but I just don't want to get into a situation where we are limiting any kind of development and growth because we find a reason not to every single time. And I'm okay, I'm okay approving the appeal with the understanding that like we need to, as a city, find ways to help these things flourish without negatively impacting our citizens. But like, we should be pro-business and pro, like it's an empty lot sitting there.
Yes, if I can, I agree. I will also say that in all my talks to developers, they all say everywhere is very difficult to work with. It's a very common refrain, and it is difficult. But I do believe that we have a community that is worth preserving now, and so we have to be very careful about the direction that the community develops in. And again, everybody I think agrees In-N-Out is great. It's the question is it in that location great? And I think the answer has to be no. But that's me.
And I will have to agree with you. I want an In-N-Out to be in this town. Probably some of the people that are saying, no, I don't want it here. I want it In-N-Out in our town. There are some other areas where we can put that business rather than impacting that intersection that your Waze or your GPS is going to tell you to get off on the 246 and make an immediate right turn and a left turn with only 6 car lengths between the ramp and that turn. There are other places where we can do this. And I'm sure if we negotiate with In-N-Out, they may want to stay and come back. And with that, any other questions or comments?
I have a math comment. 1,400 cars a day is how many cars an hour?
Well, Mr. Poole said approximately 250 in and 90 out, 190 out
in an hour.
in an hour.
That's the peak.
That's the peak hour. And I don't think that's overwhelming to have what it count 4 cars a minute if you and that's in and out. I mean, that's both, you know, the numbers sound like it's, you know, the 1,400 is thrown out there, this 250 trip thing is thrown out there. Again, I don't think they're all gonna get, they're not all on the freeway with 100 cars at a time gonna jump off to get a burger. They're gonna stop and get a burger on their trip. So as they're traveling, they'll come. So and the 1,400 number, I think it's an alarmist number, and this traffic is a big, you know, I don't think that it's going to be that much of an impact. I'm not a traffic engineer, but I've probably driven through that intersection more than 99% of this town because I've been there. But I've been driving through it, but I just don't see it. Anyway,
Have you been to the In-N-Out at Turnpike when there are cars backed up into the number 2 lane of traffic all the way to the intersection of Turnpike?
yeah, again, with the colleges, Goleta, the high school, everything that's there, there's 10, 20 times, 30 times the population to hit that. We only have 5,000 people here, maybe 15,000 people in the valley. And they're all gonna decide to have a burger. They're not all gonna come at the same time. The only thing we have to contend with is the people coming on. It's not, we don't have that kind of an impact. We don't have there's not like a stadium here where there's gonna be 1,000 people getting on. And it just isn't, I just don't see it.
And there he goes.
John, if I can.
And I'll respond to that. If the In-N-Out had to depend on the 5,000 people or even the 20,000 people that lived in the valley, they would not put something here. That traffic is all based on people that go, hey, Surrey, find the nearest In-N-Out. Yeah, take McMurray 246 off ramp.
Well, I just was gonna say that I understand where you're coming from. I know 1,400 doesn't necessarily, if you break it down, seem like that big a number. But the point really is, to me, is that we had the experts analyze this, right? Our staff analyzed it, independent review analyzed it, Caltrans analyzed it. They all came back, the sheriff analyzed it and said, this is gonna be a problem.
You know, I said somebody with 400 restaurants analyze it.
Who has a vested interest in
They have a vested interest. We have a vested interest as well.
in protecting our community.
Correct.
Oh, you're
okay. Anything else, Lisa?
No.
Hudson?
Nothing else.
Sean?
Ready for a motion?
All right, I will make the motion that we approve the appellant and deny the project at 515 McMurray Road.
Seconded.
Okay, Mayor King,
Aye.
Councilmember Hornick,
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis,
Aye.
No.
and Vice Mayor Sanchez.
Oh, no.
Okay. The motion for the appellant is passes and the project is denied. And that's it. Yeah, and now we are going to a 10-minute break. You can clear the room, you can stay, you can go, or you can come back in 10 minutes for the rest of our meeting. Meeting back to order. All right, number 10, ordinance 2302. I am recommending that we move this to a date uncertain past the beginning of the year based on the circumstances and the hour. This was the ordinance of the City Council of the City of Buellton, adding Buellton Municipal Code 1910-140, providing certification review certain discretionary land use planning proposal for immediate city council consideration. So I am recommending, if I do not have a majority opposition, that we move this.
Actually, that would be we got to go motion and second just because
Okay,
we're a public hearing.
I will entertain a motion to move this to a date uncertain sometime after the first of the year.
You've
So
moved and you seconded. Great.
Linda.
Okay, Mayor King.
Aye.
Councilmember Hornick.
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva
Aye.
and Vice Mayor Sanchez.
Aye.
Alrighty, let us move on. Establishment of, that is correct, right? Why does it go to 10 to 16, Scott?
Sorry?
Oh, yeah, never mind. On to number 11. I'm glad I caught that. City Council consent and items.
Council member comment items?
Yes, council member comment items. Anybody have any comments or items before I go on to appointment of vice mayor?
All right, sorry, I got comments.
Okay.
It's been a while. 1 second. I wanted to ask staff to take a look at our flooding, potential flooding. We're getting into rainy season. I don't know if we're gonna have an issue. I know we talked about it last year about culverts and everything else, but I think we should take a look, make sure we're good to go in case we have unprecedented flooding again. I also want to bring up what the Dorans mentioned, the Zaka Creek be acting as an endangered species act habitat for, I think it's the same as steelhead. And I want to ask the city staff to look into the Endangered Species Act and whether we should be looking into a review checklist for land use projects and updating our general plan in conformity with that.
We will be looking at that. The change that he was referencing being needed to our general plan, the open space and circulation, or excuse me, open space and conservation element will be addressed when we update the general plan through a comprehensive update, which is coming up shortly. We will look at the current status of ESA.
But there has been Twitchell Dam litigation, right? So I just want to make sure we were not exposing ourselves by not having that.
Absolutely, we'll look into that, but I find it very unlikely that was missed at the time our original our current general plan was adopted. But it's entirely possible that there may be a new determination by Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, that is considered to be essential habitat. So we'll look into it.
Okay,
absolutely.
The other question I had, I know Greg Murphy, attorney for Buellton City Council. Do I have to recuse if I'm going to ask about Nancy Dorman's comments about an opposition and objection to conditional or the conditions of approval for the tract map approval of the BU-17 hub parcel?
Yeah, so we still have the 500-foot level, but what I was going to say on that, if anybody had brought it up, and if you hadn't, I was just going to say it later. I want to look into that, and I'll brief the whole council via email on that to kind of give you the background of it and sort of what my understanding is of the actual legal on this and the actual facts in terms of what the city has been doing on this. So I'll brief the whole council via email on that within the next week or so.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I was going to ask Scott for, I know there's a small update about potentially skinning 246 or some study.
We are in the process of we've just worked out the initial work plan for a consultant to contact Caltrans and start that study process. I expected we would have a proposal from them by now, but they're not far enough along, probably given the holidays and given Caltrans staff schedules. I expect it probably won't happen until mid-January when they'll give us that information and a proposal to do the actual study, but it is in the works.
Thank you, Scott. That's all I got.
So just as a note on that, I have been in contact with Caltrans and they said they do not have a funding source to do the study. but they are fully on board with us doing something after we have done a study and they have looked at those plans. So it's going to be incumbent upon us to do the study and then work with Caltrans to get a change on the 246.
Right.
Okay, Alicia,
No, no comments. I changed my mind.
David.
I already brought it up.
Only one I had was just, I think, especially after tonight's meeting with just how many people showed up for, I just wanted to put on there, we've talked about maybe upgrading the technology in the room to make it easier to view presentations.
Right.
So I wanted to.
Yeah, with the difficulties we experienced, which are relatively new, we haven't had these difficulties up until the last month or so. We'll need to at the least look into correcting that. We can look at different approaches though, which might include a large screen there.
Yeah, it's something to make it
somewhere.
so that you don't have a third of the audience unable to see presentations, and watching online, it can be a little bit difficult to.
Or get an owl.
We'll look at that too.
You know about owls?
Yeah, we can get an owl. We have some of the chambers that I go to, we have owls. And I would suggest we do not go away from this style of microphone. Santa Maria and SB CAG, I should say that's the county supervisors, and Santa Maria. They just got these new microphones and they're directional. So unless you're talking right into them like this and you turn away, you lose. And so their voice would go, and I'm like, well, that's driving me crazy. So for me, if we're going to make some kind of a change, you get an owl, don't change these.
We'll
look
into
it. John?
You're talking about the Caltrans study or funds or something. Is that'll come to us, the expenditure of funds for another.
Absolutely.
Study, because they don't have the money for it and we're supposed to have the money for it.
Yeah, no, they won't pay for the study, but they are, as I understand it, they are generally familiar with the discussion to narrow the lanes and add improvements to the highway. And they're not open to it, which is half the battle when you're dealing with Caltrans. So we will be, I'm absolutely certain we will be on the hook to pay for the majority, if not all, of any of the improvements that they do.
And that'll come to.
Unless we can get some funding from SB CAG.
Right. We'll be responsible for paying for it. How we get the funding is different, but yes, it will all come to the city council. You've got to approve expenditures on that.
Alrighty, I do not have any comments or items, but we, at this particular meeting, have to appoint a new vice mayor for 2024.
Committees, I'm sorry. Any committee reports?
No, that's later.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I wanted to nominate Mr. David Silva for vice mayor if he's willing to have us. I thought it would be a great opportunity for you. I would love the opportunity to do it at some point in the future, but currently with my work schedule and kids, it's not an ideal situation. So I'm wondering if you might be interested in the nomination.
Oh, I would love that.
And I will second that.
Shucks.
Linda?
Okay, Councilmember Lewis.
Aye.
And Mayor King.
Aye.
Councilmember Hornick.
Aye.
And Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
And Vice Mayor Sanchez.
Aye.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Right?
It's like
Don't drop the ball.
Yeah, right? If I need you, you need to be there. Okay, written communications, Scott?
No written communications this evening.
Okay, and committee reports. Let's start down at the end with Hudson. Have you had any committees?
No.
Since our last meeting, John?
I just wanted to mention, I don't hope I'm not speaking out of line with the Aquatics Foundation. If you'd like to give Aquatics.
No, go ahead.
One that we've had a contribution of $8,000 from a family of a swimmer. So we're starting our fundraising and so it was just like a good newsletter. Somebody showed up with $8,000 the other day. And so I want to let people know this is going to roll. We're going to, the money's going to start coming in, and whoever you know about aquatics and anybody you can talk to them to jump in the pool. Thank you.
Alicia?
That'd be awesome.
No, I don't. I'm pretty sure we spoke about the last meeting, right?
About the
joint use.
Joint use, yes, and we'll be coming back
Yeah, okay.
in January.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't missed one. No, we're good.
David?
Yes, so I attended a sustainable groundwater management meeting and there was an update on the joint powers agreement for our zone, as well as Prop 68 funding. I wrote notes, so I wouldn't forget this. And we were one of the few districts that received a full grant funding request of over $5.5 million, which will be going to help monitoring our groundwater and conservation efforts. So thanks to all the staff who secured that for Buellton.
Okay.
Any green team updates?
I was unable to attend the green team.
Just wanted to ask.
Wow.
And I want to thank David for filling in, stepping up. Like a true vice mayor would step up for the, take over my position in there, and I appreciate it.
Okay, perfect. And I had a safety meeting with the 154 that was up in St. Mark's Church. There was a presentation from Caltrans about some of the improvements they're thinking about. Some of the things were kicked around about putting maybe signals in there, rumble strips, roundabout. A lot of the site picture has been mitigated in that area because there were trees and bushes and such along the side of the road, so it kind of limited your site picture. But a lot of those have been taken out by the people that are private property owners there, and realized that that was an issue at Zaca and the 154. But there's still ongoing talks about the specific Zaca and the 154 and how to mitigate that intersection. They've had some pretty good grinders there. But once again, Caltrans has a formula, and if it doesn't meet their formula, it ain't gonna happen. So also went to SB CAG this morning. There was some talk about funding for Montecito, the south end. There's SB CAG is responsible for Measure A funds. So all that project that's going on down the south end, the widening of the lanes and all that stuff. And so money was allocated for Diamond Lane and things like that. So it was a pretty light meeting this morning, but we're moving forward with some different projects throughout the county. All righty, let's go on to business items. This will be appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. I am going to ask the question, does everybody, other than David now being appointed as the vice mayor, want to just continue with their same boards and committees?
I think for continuity, and it's just getting learning more. I think it's a good thing to just stick with it for another year, so that we've got familiarization with,
Right, with the exception that on your vice mayor responsibilities as the alternate on SB CAG and APCD, I think that we will just switch that out. Is there any other ones that you want?
No, just those will go to David.
Those will go to
That's fine.
David as my vice mayor, yes, correct. Okay,
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
there is one position that needs a formal.
yeah, and I did see that. There was one that I was gonna say that there was one that has an opening, and that one is, which one was that again? Because I saw a chart.
The a joint cities.
Joint
county-
is Affordable Housing Task Group.
I'll do it.
Okay, that will go to Councilmember Hornick.
I was about to ask, I don't remember who's appointed to that, so I'm glad that.
I think that was the only
I didn't
opening,
say
right? It wasn't an add-on? That was an
Yeah.
ad.
It was a new one this year.
Yes, okay, that's
yeah,
what I
Vice
thought.
Mayor Silva's been attending those, but unofficially at this point.
Okay, so this, yes, that'll go to you, Hudson.
Unless I don't want to step on Vice Mayor's toes.
I mean, I was gonna ask, did you have any interest in the green team?
Oh, yes, I would like to do the green team.
Can I take affordable housing and you take green team? Do you want both?
Both. How often does green team meet?
Monthly.
Yeah. How often does affordable housing meet?
What's it when it's 2 months? Bi-monthly?
Yes.
And it's fine. It's just you have to go to wherever it is in the county.
Okay, you take affordable housing.
And
That's
you're
the
on
new
green
one,
team, so
right?
put Hudson
Yes.
on
Okay.
green team, and joint
Letter O
cities
in their
Yeah,
base.
I
will
don't,
go to David Silva.
Being realistic here.
Linda,
yeah, I got
Green
it.
team?
you got
We
that?
just,
Okay.
we don't appoint to green team on here. It's more of a casual.
Yeah, I noticed that. And
But we'll
Okay.
let her know, and that's gonna be.
Then it's an also ran. Okay, that is settled. Number 13, authorization to create new job classification, adopt associated job description and salary schedule, and this will be our woman of many hats, Linda Reed.
Okay, let me find I lost, hang on. Give me a second. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Over the past year and a half, staff has been using a part-time employee to assist in various departments. This utility position has proven to be invaluable and has become a safety net during a staffing shortage. The current part-time employee will be moving out of state at the end of the year, and so staff reevaluated this position and determined that a full-time administrative assistant position would better serve the city's needs going forward. So the new classification would assist all departments on an as-needed basis and will fill in if a regular employee is sick or on leave. Staff believes that this position is vital to performing key tasks and duties for all departments. And also over the next few years, staff will need to manage several employee retirements. So that need for training of staff is imperative. So the fiscal impact for this new position would be $56,520 to $68,700 annually plus benefits. And with benefits, it would go up to $86,700 to the top step of 5, which is $96,141. And a budget adjustment is required for this new position. So staff recommends that the council consider adding the new administrative assistant position, adopt a new job description and salary schedule, direct staff to begin recruitment for the position, and that the finance director make a necessary budget amendment. That concludes my report, and I'm available if you have questions.
Linda, what page is that on the staff report?
388.
Three what?
388.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff?
I just have one quick question. What is the difference between what we're currently paying and the first step for this position?
Well, we're currently paying $15.50 an hour, which is minimum wage.
Okay.
And for the part-time person.
Just as they can come in, or are they at a set schedule?
No, they have an as needed basis, and she's been working at City Hall and then also at the rec center and doing both places, going back and forth as needed where she's needed in both locations, helping me out, helping Rose out, helping finance out, and then helping rec when we lost a person over there.
And who is that, Linda?
So that's Susan. Her name's Susan Harnd.
Okay.
And she's going to be leaving at the end of the year. And she's been great. She's scanned everything in the vault. She scanned all the planning commission data. Everything is scanned now. So you call up and say you need, to know when a red curb was. I did a resolution on a red curb on the avenue flags, and we can easily scan for that and find it on the server. So that's been invaluable. She also scans all of the invoices that come in. So all that is readily available for the auditors when they come in. So they're not going through files, and it makes things much easier for them. Actually, they were able to work remote 1 or 2 days because everything is available. So.
Okay, thank you. What's the hourly wage going to be for the new employee?
Let me get my it depends where we start the person. I didn't do hourly. I just did.
They'd be salaried. It wouldn't be hourly.
It's going to be a salary, but let me just do.
Oh, to compare.
I just was wondering what the
56,520 divided by 2080. So $27. It is the first step, and then it would go up from there.
what's the top step?
Top step is 68, 70. Divided by 2080. 33. Per hour.
Can I ask a question, John, or did you have follow up?
I don't, I just checking the numbers.
Okay, David, any questions?
I was just curious, so if the idea would be if this is approved, was there would it be going out to hire ASAP so they'd be able to assist you so there isn't a lack of continuity of assistance for this, or do you foresee a stopgap at all?
For hiring?
Yes, I mean, would you would you be going out to recruit immediately if this position's approved type of thing?
Like tomorrow. we're
Oh,
going to
okay.
do that. So,
That's pretty.
yeah.
So you're eager for this role.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, I think the position has been really, like I said, the safety net is really crucial. If somebody's out, if somebody's sick, if somebody needs to retire because of a medical condition, we really need that person that knows how to do payroll, knows how to do AP, knows how to go work at the rec center and take, you know, they get a lot of money over at the rec center and take in all that money and deposit it and do everything that needs to be done. So like I said, it's kind of a utility fielder position, but really valuable to be able to have that backup.
Thank you.
know.
Okay, Hudson?
So
No question.
Okay, any input from the public? John, you have another question?
Yeah, so we're talking about eventually running the was it Clark's Foundation is eventually looking at having the parks and rec run the pool. So is that something that would be something, because we talked about at some point that we'd have to have an extra person to help out in Parks and Rec. Is that something that they would fold into, or that's going to be another position?
We haven't really looked at that yet.
Right.
My understanding, when Kyle initially started talking about that, was that he felt that the existing staff could cover it. But, you know, we're seeing changes in the recreation program. They're starting to go some different directions. And so I'll have to ask them to reevaluate whether they think that when that happens, it would require another staff person. It may be something that could be handled by existing staff. It may be something that a part-time person could use, you know, in conjunction with some online scheduling software kind of thing. We just don't know yet. So we'll look into it.
Okay, any questions or input from the public?
I have none.
Well, you might have had something to say, Holly, really?
I'm very quiet.
Anybody on Zoom?
No
Scott?
one on Zoom.
Okay, I'll bring it back, possible motion.
I make a motion to approve the authorization to create new job classification, adopt associated job description and salary schedule as listed.
I'd second.
Okay, Linda?
Okay, Vice Mayor Silva.
Aye.
And Councilmember Lewis.
Aye.
Councilmember Hornick.
Aye.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Aye.
And Mayor King.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Okay, moving on to number 14, this award contract for the new library / event at 202 Dairyland renovation project, and staff contact will be Rose S.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. So on December 5th, staff received 2 bids for the construction, the renovation for the new library. And the bid amounts are shown ranging from $2,298,000 and change to $2,405,000 and change. All bid documents have been found to be complete, particularly for the low bidder, which is QuinCon Inc. As you can see, the bids came in at about almost $900,000 higher than our estimate. This has been an ongoing trend, not just for our city and construction contracts, but everywhere at this point. We expected bids to come in, not necessarily this high. We are not recommending to go out and rebid at this point because 2 bids that did come in are relatively similar in magnitude. So it's not necessarily a factor of there's some discrepancy or, you know, we can find a lesser contract amount if we rebid the project. So with that, staff's recommendation is to award the contract to QuinCon Inc. And they'll be ready to go. The plan, if we do award today, is to get them all the contract documents ready to go next week so they can work on starting to do any procurement of any materials. The construction timeframe is pretty aggressive. When we had our mandatory pre-bid meeting, all the contractors said that too, because we have 4 months construction that's planned for this. We are hoping that they can start construction in January and be finished by end of April. That's going to cross over really of when we have the library project for when the San Ynez Valley Community Outreach folks need to do their modifications to our old library. In order to do that, we need to get them out of this building and into the new library. So the timeframe is going to be pretty tight for those different projects. Let's see. Aside from that, I am available for any questions you may have. The project does recommend a budget amendment to cover the costs for this additional monies that's going to be required. We are also recommending a contingency amount. Let's see. And oops, page just jumped far away. So the contingency amount we're requesting is 10%, which is 229,000 and change. That would bring the total contract amount to $2,528,441. The goal, of course, is not to use a contingency. Again, that amount is there should some unforeseeable change be required that we couldn't tell during initial design and investigations that may occur. Let's see, with that, staff's available to answer any questions you may have.
Right, any questions for staff?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do have some questions. So Rose, didn't we get a consultant to come and give us an approximated cost of what this would look like?
Correct. We earlier in the year, we did get a cost estimate. Our architect hired an estimator for the project and gave us an estimate at 1.4 million. That's just an estimate. And that was at that particular point in time in place. We can't, it's not prudent for us to keep chasing and anticipating increases because that could increase construction bids that do come in. Contractors always ask, and we have to provide a construction cost estimate that we have worked with through the design process, and that gives them kind of a ballpark. And as you, yes, we must. I've already gone through different options and try not to provide that, but we have to provide our construction cost estimate for that. And we can't keep chasing costs in anticipation of what the current scale or what the future scale is going to be, because that can also just further inflate construction costs that still come in.
So in that estimate, I remember they baked in about 40% markup, like subcontractor markup and whatever else. He's like, yeah, we got to kind of approximate for this. Taking that into consideration, are we expecting another markup here with this estimate? Are we?
No, this is our construction contract. So there shouldn't be any change orders unless there's something that we require a change of.
So they can't like accept this contract and be like, oh, look, I didn't know this was asbestos, change the work order.
No.
Normally they have contingency built in.
Right.
So they have contingency built into their estimate. So this should be a not guaranteed, but a maximum price unless we do a change order, and it could come in under with the contingencies involved, correct?
Correct. Now, I mean, there could be some unforeseen things, like let's say they're,
right,
demoing something and they find a ton of hazardous material, which they shouldn't find because we did do hazardous materials study on the site. But, as an example, that wasn't previously identified beforehand, that would construe a legitimate change order. But we don't anticipate something like that happening.
Legitimate change order.
Lisa,
What was the definition of a legitimate change order? Like something actually unforeseen as opposed to?
Correct. Or something that the city has decided we need different.
Like add a skylight.
But no, I understand. Thank you.
No.
But there are like change of work orders that come up that you were not expecting. How frequently do you see that happen?
Well, I haven't seen that in building construction, but in our regular road work or other, utility projects, we see change orders all the time, just adding or subtracting material and so
I'm not
on.
expecting to go over this for sure. And there's no certainties, but as close as we can get, this will be the cap.
That's why I have a contingency amount that I requested in there, and it should not go over that. And if it does, we will know, and the project would kind of be stalled and we'd be coming back to council.
Gotcha. And that's more than we bought the property for, right? That 2.5 million.
Yes.
All right.
Alicia, go. David.
No, I mean, it's what it is.
John.
For contingency. If I'd like to see a plan to get the library moved somewhere before we lose the other project, yeah, whether it's temporary or we talked about it, you know, but before tonight, the theater wasn't available for the library. So
We have been working with the San Ynez Valley Community Outreach on their grant application. In the event that construction takes longer than anticipated, we will be working with the county who's administering that grant to get an extension on that so that they don't have to, but our goal is to have construction completed in time to not have to ask for that extension.
okay, I just didn't want to.
No, we don't want to leave them high and
The
dry.
whole party was about. Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm sorely disappointed at the price of this. Do we have, Rose, do we have the bid breakdown? You had something of, you know, labor cost, construction, demolition,
We had-
blah, blah, blah.
We had something of a breakdown for the estimate when we were working on the design, but the bid itself is lump sum.
Just off the top of your head, do you remember if there was a line item in there for the demo and the redesign of the sidewalk that goes around?
That, the sidewalk, yeah, that is included in there because we need to provide ADA access.
Because I thought that there was a couple other ways that you could comply without demoing an entire concrete pad all the way around that house, but it is what it is. I'm kind of disappointed that we didn't maybe reach out to somebody to find that, to build a new library that was designed as a library, because this price tag here sounds to me like you could almost start from scratch. Did you guys look into that at all, Scott?
Well, we did before the council decided to move forward with this. We looked at different options for that. I will note that 8 months ago, a year ago, we might have been able to build a brand new building for the cost of this.
Right.
But when we look at the changes in the economy, the volatility of building material costs, the supply chain issues, all of these things, interest rates, all of these things compound on each other, and that's what we're seeing here. I suspect a large part of these bids that we're seeing is due to this volatility and uncertainty, and the contractors are needing to build in some security so that they don't wind up holding the bag if things continue to get more expensive. So yes, we're paying more than we expected to, but I'm fairly confident to be able to say if we stop this project right now and built a building to our specifications, all told, soup to nuts, it would be more than this. Yes.
Well, this is $1 million more than our estimate.
Correct.
And John and I have been working with the Aquatics Foundation and trying to pool in, and contractors have told us that, what is it? Is it 25%? What is it? There's an astronomical increase for like every 6 months, like a 25% increase per 6 months.
For the last year and a half or so.
Right, so if we delayed on this, I think that it would probably cost us 25% more than what the numbers we're looking at right now. I do have one speaker on this, and that would be former Mayor Holly Sierra. She live in town? Yeah, right down the street.
Do you need name and address?
I think that we know where you live and who you are.
As the president of the Friends of the Buellton Library, I felt like I really needed to be here tonight to tell you how important that this library / community center is going to be for the town of city of Buellton. It's going to be a showpiece. It's going to be a masterpiece. I know it's a lot more money than even I imagined, but this is a really vital piece to our community. And I am working my fanny off to get furniture and furnishing for this library and to find sponsors to help build pergolas and patios and other outdoor add amenities to this building. But we have to have the building. And so I am here asking for your support for this astronomical price. Because it is going to be the most beautiful building that I see. I'm kind of not where you're at. I like the idea of having this in a house. I like the idea of having the fireplace there and these beautiful views. And I just think it's going to be one of the most beautiful locations in Buellton for people to come. We're getting a parking lot down below. We've got a children's museum. We've got the beautiful barn. It's going to be something really special, and I hope that we can move forward on this and help Pam Nico and her senior center as well.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Holly. All right, any other public comments, Scott? Anything on Zoom? There's nobody else in the audience. Okay, I will bring this back for further discussion and a possible motion.
I mean, if you're, I think it was in for a penny and for a pound with this, and we've committed to the library, and the longer we delay it, the bigger an issue becomes. So I would like to make a motion to motion to approve an award of contract for the new library.
I will second it.
Linda?
Okay, Vice Mayor Silva,
Aye.
Councilmember Lewis,
Aye.
Councilmember Hornick,
Aye.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Aye.
and Mayor King.
Aye. Now, I'm going to require with caveat that you go over to the school and pick the kids up at a bus and bring them all down there and use that library, because it's going to cost us a ton of money.
I'll take the one by one in my car.
There you go. Okay, let us move on to item number 15. This will be joint grant management agreement between the San Ynez Band of Mission Indians, the County of Santa Barbara, the City of Solvang, the City of Buellton for a joint submission for the Caltrans 24-25 Sustainable Transportation Grant. And this contact will be our city manager, Scott Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the city council. As the mayor has indicated in the title of this particular item, what's expressed here is an application for a grant on behalf of the local Chumash tribe, the county, the city of Solvang, and the city of Buellton for grant funding for the River Trail project. There is considerable funding available for this project. For projects like this, they are competitive grants. By making an application for this on a regional basis, we take advantage of extra points being granted for a regional approach to something, as well as the special status that the tribe has as the lead applicant. As part of the application preparation process, there is work that needs to be done in the amount of $40,000. The city share of that right now would be $10,000. That's what's being asked for this evening. I would note that while an even split of this between the four entities may not seem equitable on its face, the grant application is such that if we were to try and prepare this on our own, we would probably spend more than $10,000 to prepare this documentation. So it winds up being a plus all the way around. Because there's an expenditure of funds here, I do need the city council's approval and authorization for me to sign the agreement, the memorandum of understanding with the other three entities.
This is Rick.
Questions.
I have a question. May I ask questions?
Yes, Mr. Hornick, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a question based in ignorance, I guess, as all questions are. Didn't we just hire a grant manager for things like this?
We hired a grant manager to make application, and they can and they may apply for this grant on their own, on our behalf individually. But this is an effort to do this regionally, which makes award of that grant much more likely, given the as I said, the regional approach and the lead applicant being a disadvantaged community. It gets extra.
My friend.
Per the definition under state, under the way the state views these things, they get extra points or preference through the application process for this. I'm not going to argue that point.
Alicia, any questions, David?
No.
John?
Yeah, we have that, we have the money we've set aside for this trail. Is that money we've used?
Yes, we can pull it out of the out of the trail funds that have already been set aside. It's a legitimate expense moving toward funding, or the council may choose to pull it directly out of the general fund, unallocated funds, and leave the funds in the river trail fund where they're at.
It'll be in the motion.
No. Holly and I have been working on this for several years. I have been in conversations with Joan, and I always like to try to include Holly with that because she's been an instrumental part of that. This $40,000 has been a discussion amongst that group that's trying to get the river trail put in, and I think that it's a very good use of our resources because, as Scott pointed out, when you say the tribe's involved in this, you're more likely to get grants to continue on with this project. So I think there's a good use of our resources. So I think that maybe we should try to pull it out of that 425 that we got, because that is what you said is a legitimate use for those funds.
This would
Is
be,
that,
well, there's actually $40,000 or $50,000 sitting in the river trail CIP fund.
oh, the one that we've already
We put
set
it
aside.
we haven't
Okay,
put it
yeah.
aside for
Okay,
those, we've already
yes,
put
okay.
aside money for that.
Yes, any input from the public on Zoom? No, bring it back to the council for a motion.
I move to approve the joint grant management agreement between the Salinas Band of Mission Indians, the County of Santa Barbara, City of Solvang, and City of Buellton for a joint submission for the Caltrans 24-25 Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant.
Real eloquent,
And
I'll second that.
With the money coming out of that set aside you just said,
authorizing the city manager to execute
that.
the agreement. Okay.
all of the
And-
above.
And I will also second that again with the amendment.
Councilmember Lewis.
Aye.
Mayor King.
Aye.
Councilmember Hornick.
No.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Aye.
And Vice Mayor Silva.
Aye.
All right, let us move on to establishment of city council priorities for 2024. And the lead on this again is going to be Scott Wolf, our city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the city council. As you'll recall, at our meeting, October 26th, we have discussed establishing a list of priority projects. I had asked the city council to reach back out to me with a prioritized list of possible projects to look at. The results have been tabulated here. And let's see if I can remember my color coding scheme here. The top tier projects are in blue on the list, which are investigate, return to council with a discussion of traffic calming measures on Highway 246 through Buellton, and investigate, return to council with discussion of installing a splash pad in Buellton Park. Those are the two. The second tier, there were three projects in that range. Those are investigate, return to council with discussions of upgrading the city's email server, investigate, return to council with discussions of installing ring cameras around town for safety, and investigate, return to council with discussions of alternative approaches to planning commissioner appointment. And then the third tier are in yellow on this list. They are investigate, return to council with discussion of what flags can be flown on the Avenue of Flags. Investigate, return to council with discussion of adding dog bag stations on Dawn Drive near Paws Park. And investigate, return to council with discussion of adding Instagram to social media used by the city for public engagement. I will note the purpose of this is not to establish a list of projects which staff will exclusively work on to the exclusion of other priorities, but simply to give us direction as to which ones of these the council deems most important for staff to focus resources on. There are a number of these projects both identified as in the first, second, or third tier, as well as those that are not in an identified tier, which staff has already put considerable work in and may bring to fruition before even the priority ones come through. But where there is a question as to where resources should be directed, this list approved by the council tonight will guide us in determining which projects obtain those resources if they're available. So I'm happy to answer any questions you've got, but I would recommend that the council take a look at this, make changes as you deem appropriate, and give staff direction as to the list of priorities.
Okay, any questions for staff? Alicia?
No
David?
questions.
No, I'm good.
John? Hudson? Was
Are
that
you
a
looking-
definitive?
I'm sorry, it's been a long day. You're just looking for direction
Yes, yes. This is the proposed list of,
after we ranked them. This is what
after you
came-
ranked them, this is the result of the tiering,
And you just want.
and I just
thumbs
want
down?
direction. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, how do we?
Well, I just want to know if you had any questions for staff on this. The only thing that I would maybe recommend or maybe we could change, it said, and there was some conversation about this. It was more than 5 minutes ago, so don't ask me who the conversation was with. And number 3, and maybe that we could erect a flagpole there at the city and then establish a policy for flags being flown on an independent flag. Did I have that conversation with you?
I've had that conversation a number of different times.
Okay,
Whether at City Hall or there are locations on Avenue of Flags, where that could occur as well, on an independent separate pole is what the.
so does anybody have any heartburn about investigating the two that either what the cost analysis will be at City Hall or what it would be to maybe put a pole up over on Avenue of Flags and then establish a policy for who, how long, and why we're flying that particular flag in that particular location? Does anybody have any heartache about staff establishing, the cost analysis for the two Avenue of Flags? And I don't know how much staff work that's gonna entail.
I'm a longstanding opponent of adding flags. I know California, somebody wants California flag and I don't get it. So, I just, it's hard enough for guys to go in and out, switch flags, match flags. There's 8 flag poles and all that, and they come up and down every time somebody slips on a banana. We gotta put the flag down. So I just don't like the,
Well, and looking at it like that, staff, instead of the maintenance people to go out there and do that, on Avenue, that could be facilitated at City Hall, which is only gonna take one person running a flag up and down or whatever.
Evaluating multiple sites like that I don't envision taking a significant amount of staff time. We need to identify a location and a cost for each, and I suspect the costs will be very similar. The locations, we'll just need to identify, and then the council can choose the location that they feel is most appropriate, but essentially, we're talking about the cost of the flagpole and the cost of installation, right?
Okay.
If I can, Mr. Mayor, I don't see how that solves our issue at number 3. Is that what you're trying to get at?
No, what I'm saying, we could deliberate at a further date. I just would like to have a cost analysis between putting one at City Hall, one on Avenue of Flags. And like to John's point, if you put it on Avenue of Flags, then the guys have to put them up, take them down, put them up, take it down, put them up, take it down. In my humble opinion, we put them over here across the street and the city staff can do that.
so we already have it at the city.
Well,
hall.
our city staff will do it regardless. I
Okay,
mean, whether it's it'll be our field staff either way, we'll go out and take care of it.
okay, all right.
So it's.
Opposition to that? No?
No.
Okay, so if you can do that, Scott, I think if we just get a cost analysis on the both, then we can deliberate on this at a later date. Hudson?
No, I didn't know what we were doing. It seems like a flag discussion. I thought we were prioritizing things.
He's expanding.
I'm just saying that on that particular number 3, there have been previous conversations about whether to put them established at the city for different flags, for different groups or organizations, or putting it on Avenue of Flags. You would have to probably put another pole up independent of the ones that are there anyways.
Okay.
So if we get a cost analysis in the 2, then at a later date, we can all deliberate, say, hey, do we want it on Avenue of Flags or do we want it at the City Hall? That's just my point on that number 3. The rest of them, I believe, have been established.
I believe the cost estimate will be the minor aspect of that
Right.
issue. The one that will require some more time and deliberation will be the policy aspect of determining how those flags are flown and what our criteria are for administering that. So
You'll take it.
Which flags are we talking?
I think that's for a later date conversation.
Yeah, that is for a future conversation because it's 10:15. So does anybody have any opposition to the way these are prioritized?
Well, so I mean, I think we each had our own priorities, so if this is how the numbers played out.
Right.
Here's what it is.
Yeah. Right, and I'm just, if you have any opposition to it, we can discuss it. But I think that it's been established when we all given the opportunity to make our recommendation, this is what panned out. Okay, then let it be done. Okay, any other conversation about that?
The only thing I'm concerned about, what if we have a new item come up, does it come to the bottom of the list here?
if a new item comes up, I will add it to the list if the council gives direction to have that added to the list, I'll add it to the list. And then annually, probably in December or January of each year, we'll sit down and go through this exercise again and reprioritize what's on the list. That way we know we'll take off the things that have been completed, ask the council to reprioritize like we did this time, and I'll add it up and the council can agree on a new priority list.
Just for the sake of clarity, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
So like in bringing up the owl conversation we just had.
Yeah.
Staff has been directed to add that to the priority list in terms of like, it's on the list.
Sure.
And then it's not that we have to wait for all of these to be solved before that conversation.
No.
So these things can be working in tandem.
And they will be.
Okay.
Right.
But if we've got to focus staff time, city council meeting dates, those sorts of things, this gives us a priority as to which one would come first if several of them are ready to go.
Gotcha. I know everybody wants to go. I just have one other thing. The urban growth boundary, I think we have a timeline, right?
We do.
So
We'll be discussing that early in 2024, within the next month.
So
or
that's
two.
coming.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, this is just something for staff to prioritize and look out throughout the year, but we always have council meetings where during the items section, you can bring something up that you want to come back to council for deliberation. All right. Any other questions or comments on that? No, hearing none. I'm going to adjourn this meeting. Wait, city manager's report before I do that. I'm gonna retract that. Whoop. Okay, city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the city council. Given the late hour and the almost adjournment there, I'm going to pass on the city manager's report this evening. Thank you.
Anything from our city council?
Not tonight.
Okay. Then once again, I will adjourn this meeting until January 11th at 6 p.m.
I was going to explain.